Each of our speakers has prepared a presentation which will run for 10 minutes each, and then we'll be able to have a 20-minute discussion thereafter amongst all of the panelists, looking at this very important topic of concerns for the future of emergency medicine in the various areas. So with that, I'm going to hand over to my colleague to introduce himself.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Anwar Al-Awadi. I'm from Kuwait. My background is emergency medicine, international EMS, global health and public health, and disaster medicine. I would like to thank the organizing committee for this wonderful opportunity, and to meet colleagues from internationally to share all these experiences. But also would like to thank also Roger for the introduction, and without further ado, we'll start the session.
Right, so our first speaker is coming from India. Srinath Kumar is an emergency physician. He has been a pioneer of emergency medicine within the Indian region, and he is passionate about the work that he does. And I'm also told he is a fantabulous ballroom dancer. So time to dust off those twinkle toes and get him out to the stage.
Thank you, Roger. It's always a pleasure to be with you, and you being a moderator, it will be more active for both the audience as well as the speaker. So, hi everyone. It's a pleasure to be on this platform, especially a special mention to our professor and president, Dr. Basha Kanda, who is always a kind friend and what else to say, he's a great emergency physician who bonds everybody in the world. And he has brought all the 6 continents together to this forum. And he has made emergency medicine a true emergency physician, which he likes it. And not to waste much of time, so I'm being asked to talk about the future of EM in Asia and the concerns and how to mitigate it. So with this, I am Dr. T.S. Srinath Kumar. I am the group head of emergency services of a group of hospitals called as Yashoda Hospitals in Hyderabad, India, and also the treasurer for Asian Society and the International Federation of Emergency Medicine, and the chair for emergency medicine for the National Board of Examinations. So why is it important in Asia? We all know, because the population itself says both India and China put together cannot match anywhere in the world. It's almost like 2.6 billion, if I'm not wrong. So that is the reason why we are here to take care of it. And remaining population, as you put together, it doesn't come anywhere near close to it. And the next one is the Africa, which my close friend will be speaking in the next few minutes. And we know in Asia there are multiple countries, and each country itself is a continent, and EM itself as a specialty was not recognized 30 years back or 40 years back, even before we have not been anything, before we were born also. And this is the whole platform you can see where all India, the EM is being recognized, and 27 as per 2019 data, that's what it says. And to develop any specialty, it is important that it phases through 3 phases. That's what every time we keep saying. That is a primary stage, where the various specialties apart from the emergency medicine come together, they make a platform, they create the syllabus, they give it across. And then the secondary stage is the economic structure, because every subject itself has its own importance by itself. And then lastly, when such societies form up, every country has its own society. They form, they create the curriculum, they create all the things which is required, and they submit it to the legislative structure, that is the national health policy. And then once the Medical Council of India, what we say in India, which or any other country, the health ministers sit with the societies and take a call and say that this is a specialty which has been recognized. So this is how each and every department gets into place, and EM is the one which is the most important. And as such, if you see in Asia, apart from our illnesses which Dr. Basar was telling about, the influenza, COVID, everything, it is not the only one. We have the vulnerable continent as the disasters also. So these are the 10 top countries which has the disasters also. So hence the disaster medicine is also important apart from your regular medicine. And this data I have taken up from the Asian Society, where they have put up a good background of every country which has been developed as an EM as a specialty. So you can see Singapore was the one which got the earliest recognition in emergency medicine, and third was Turkey. And you can see India is way low. It was only in 2009. And if you see the year of post-graduation and the National Society of EM established, it usually takes a 10-year, that is 1 decade. So every specialty goes through this phase, and only then it becomes a recognized specialty in the country itself. So that is how EM has developed. And so we can imagine why I'm telling all these things is the future of EM is now with youngsters of you all. You all should take it forward, because a hardship has been put into the specialty to be developed itself. So you can see the emergency doctors for the number of population. And again, country-wise, if you see, the Thailand has the number of population, and you can see the number of ED doctors, which has the highest. And then you can see the Turkey, which is the 5th highest, having the emergency physician. Again, it's a great credit to the society, the EPAT, which is doing a very good work in the system. And then, if you see the breakdown of hospitals with the emergency departments and the capability, again, you can see that Japan, followed by South Korea, Thailand, Taiwan, and again Turkey is in the number 6th position. And India, we could not get the data because not many emergency physicians are there. We could see only one in maybe in 10 million or per crore. That's how it is being going on as per the current data. And this slide will show you the whole of Asia, which has a emergency care systems for universal health coverage. And this is how it has been developed. And with this one slide, we can see that how a tertiary care illness or an acutely ill patient or an injured patient which comes to the ED department, and what happens in the ED department itself. And that is how the timeline, and that is where it is. And when I went into each and every country, it shows its own importance and its own problems which has been facing. And then the dispatch capabilities. Every country has a national ambulance system, like 911 in US. So in our country, it started with 108, and it covers almost 32 states in the country, as well as we have extended our support to our neighboring countries like Sri Lanka and also in Nepal, where the whole EMS system has been maintained by the 108 ambulance service, which has been developed as a flagship of the government of India. So now coming to the real problems, what are we facing? We are facing a huge issues, and this overcrowding is not only in India, everywhere, every part of the country, every part of the world, every ED which is facing. Usually I see some of the displays also saying that the next patient to be seen in the emergency department will take 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours. Even in NHS, that is the main reason. When I was contacting my colleagues, many of my students are there, they were also telling that the next patient to be seen in the ED with a priority 4 illness will take about 48 hours or so. And the other major issue is the disease variability. India is such a diverse country. From north, it is in Jammu Kashmir. In the south, it is Kanyakumari. So in the north, the disease variability is extremely different, because the temperature zones are extremely different in the north when it is in the south. So we see -12, -16 degrees. So there is cold emergencies, and down south the temperatures will go up to 45, 50 degrees. So you see in heat emergencies. So that is the variability. And then the accidents, then the disaster prone, whether it is accidents, whether it is natural disasters or man-made disasters. Everything is again different in culture. So in Myanmar, we all are aware that there is a military coup. So even the emergency departments are overflooded with the injuries itself, so that the Myanmar country has been looking after. And recently in Sri Lanka, we all know that there was an emergency which was being declared, and so many of the EDs were shut down, and the ED physicians had to flee the country, and also some of them who are there during the COVID also could not be able to manage the situation. And of course now, post-emergency, they have come up with a good plan. They're taking the support of the WHO, they're taking the support of all the SAARC countries and developing back their nation into normalcy. In Philippines, we see now and then it is the disasters which is happening, hurricanes, the earthquakes, everything. So they are more into the disaster-prone area, and they are being taking into that considerations. And Nepal, we saw there was a major earthquake in 2017, and post-earthquake there was a COVID, and again there was a huge floods. So they are coming out of this apart from the regular illnesses. Because I am speaking about as an emergency physician, and we are all looking into what care we can take care of. That is how it has been looked after. And Russia, I need not say, there is a war zone which has been going on, and that is how it is happening. And with Pakistan, there are a lot of mass casualties apart from the regular illnesses. So they are recouping with the mass casualties which they are looking into. Middle East, it is the majorly, when I went into the most of the countries of the Middle East, the first and foremost is the heat-related injuries. Second is substance is next common thing. The third one was the orthopedic injuries, trauma, high intensity traumas. These were the main things which we could see there, and that is how it has been looked into. And then EM in Japan and Taiwan, the population is growing. So they are more into the geriatric age group, and they are looking into how they can cope up. Like in Canada, again, the geriatric emergency services are getting ready, and when the population grows, the more intensivity falls on the EM physicians, because we are not only able to take care of the regular patients which are coming into the EM, but we have to take care of the people who are grown up, because they are the one who expect all the care for them. And when it is there, to triage them, to look into them, and again to mitigate them is very, very important, because a subdural hemorrhage in the case of an elderly patient is not the same as an adult patient, because for them it's a regular thing. And when you take a CT scan and see that it is a chronic infarct which they have there rather than the acute infarct. Whereas in an adult which is the 25 to 45 years age group, the relevance will be entirely different. Like this, when you look into the airway for the geriatric age group, it is entirely different. So like this, they are developing their own skills which is required for the geriatric EM. And Singapore and Malaysia is, you can see that it was well-developed systems right away in the 1983 itself. As per the Western standards, they are growing up. And then there also the same thing, the geriatric age group is one which is getting into the picture. And lastly, we are in Turkey, and we all know what are the issues going on. I saw yesterday, I saw today, what are the things is major is overcrowding. Everybody wants to visit an emergency department because it is free in care, and then when they come to the emergency department, they want everything to be done on their table itself. So this major issues are being seen. When you put everything in common, there are four things which I would like to tell. One is overcrowding. Second is the infectious diseases which we are just coming out of COVID. 3 waves, 4 waves, 5th wave is gone through, but we have forgotten our regular medicine. The regular medicine is your non-infectious diseases, that is your hypertension, diabetes. These are the two things, and which is going in for the myocardial infarction and the stroke illnesses. So this four, which is the non-communicable diseases, which is still a major burden for emergency departments. And post-COVID, we have seen a spurt in the cases of these four illnesses again. So that we have to overcome. And how can we overcome? There are 5 things which I always keep telling: A, B, C, D, E, airway, breathing, circulation, disability, and exposure. In the same way, it is nothing but we have to look into and mitigate our own plans. How can we do it? It's a very simple one. I just looked into. A, for aggression. Being in emergency department, we should be aggressive for the illness, look into the plan and detail it and do it. So B is for branding yourself, because most of the emergency departments feel that we are not being brandized, we are not being taken into consideration, we are not being looked into. So branding ourselves, like what Professor Bashar used to keep on telling in his communication skills, it's very important to communicate ourselves. That is what is C. So you communicate, you'll be in the top. If you don't communicate yourselves, you will always be let down. The third thing, that's communication. Fourth is your detailed planning. Plan is important. Conferences like this is important for every country, where you can sit down, plan it out for your country, mitigate it, and show it to the public that this is how an emergency department works and what are the things we are looking into the future. Lastly, environmental injuries, especially the climate change which is happening and which we are seeing across the world, is bringing in a lot of diseases which are unknown to us or not heard of it. So with this, thank you very much, Dr. Bashar, and the whole team of EPAT, which is always keeping in team. So, welcome to India for our next program, which is the Emergency Medicine Congress, which is happening in this month end, November, month end 25, 26, 27. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Srinath. Yes. We're not going to take questions at this stage because we've got a segment scheduled for discussion at the end of the session. So if any audience members do have any questions, if I could ask them to hold on to them for the discussion period. But thank you.
Thank you.
I've realized that I don't walk across the stage with half as much flair as Prof. Kanda does. Sound. Don't worry. Okay. I'm just going to quit this. I'm not going to use the presenter for this one. I've got my own one as well, so it's not a problem here, but thank you. Yeah, that's picked it up now. Right, thank you very much. As I said, my name is Roger Dickerson. I am quite frequent at this conference, and it's wonderful to be back here once again. I am from the beautiful city of Cape Town. That is a picture of my hospital sitting in front of Table Mountain. But we are sitting in this beautiful part of the world at the moment. What I'm going to be looking at during this little while is looking at some of the concerns with regards to the future of emergency medicine on the African continent. And I'll be using some of the examples from South Africa and where they can be extended into the continent. Now, I just have to state from a declarations perspective is that I am an emergency physician. And because I'm an emergency physician, I do come with requisite warnings. I can do problem solving, I can do multitasking, but often I'm filled with bad language, and especially if I have not had coffee. So this appeared in a newspaper recently. And admittedly, when I saw this, my first thought was this at my hospital? When I found out that no, it wasn't at my hospital, I then started to look and I thought, only 3, knowing how much overcrowding is crippling emergency departments across the world. And then I looked at the waiting time of 12 hours and thought, in some instances, these patients are lucky it wasn't longer. But what really came to the truth was that it wasn't referring to emergency departments at all. And it was simply now that not only are there queues at emergency department doors, but there are literally queues to get to the summit of Everest. And I think that's the difficulty. We are all faced with large patient volumes. And you say, it's okay, we can handle this. It's okay, let me take a step back. Take a step back. So you do. And you take another step back. And another step back. And you realize these are the patients who are needing our care. And how do we, as emergency medicine, cope with this? And I think this is one of the big difficulties, is that if we don't cope with it, it's going to lead to death. And that is something that scares me. It's something that keeps me awake at night. It's not about the numbers of sick patients in my department. It's about the numbers of patients waiting to get into it. Because they are really an unknown quantity. We don't know yet what's wrong with them, what their severity of illness is, and what we can do about it. So, if we look at most of our hospitals, I'm sure your emergency department looks like this. Squeaky clean, more beds than patients. Anyone? Certainly not like this on the African continent. In the African continent, this is what our hospitals look like, where we've got stretchers in hallways. And it's become so formalized that the stretcher positions are even numbered so we can find them easier. But let's take a step back. This is an internal medicine resident in her natural habitat. Okay? And I've got a photograph of an emergency medicine resident in their natural habitat. I've just realized that that looks very much like Professor Zainab. Do you wear your hair out to the side, Prof? And the thing is that within the continent, we are very similar. So it doesn't matter where you are in the world, whether you're sitting here in Antalya or Istanbul, or going down to the other end of the continent, that continent that has been traversed has very similar problems to what is being faced all over the world. Emergency medicine is the new kid on the block when you compare it to other disciplines. And as the new kid on the block, we tend to make mistakes. We go from being the baby, not taken seriously. We then become the toddler. And just like any toddler, we always want to say, sorry, I don't think the sound is coming through. What we find out is that the toddlers throw tantrums. We want it all, we want it now. So we throw a tantrum. And then when we get it, it's a bit of a problem. Because once we've got it, we're the nasty teenagers. And the nasty teenagers who can't learn from anybody. And so we've then got to say, we need to make a decision. We need to be able to see what are we going to do going forward to ensure that we don't make the mistakes that others have made in their development. The difficulty for emergency medicine is that our decision-making trees are never like this. Our decision-making trees look more like this. And trying to make an appropriate decision in the midst of chaos is never easy. We hope that we will make the appropriate decisions, and when we do, we get really excited. But we need to learn from the others, how others have done it. So what now? As we've seen the development of emergency medicine from its beginnings, and we learned from other disciplines, we grew up alongside other disciplines to a point that we were able to stand up on our own 2 feet and become recognized clinicians within facilities. But in our own minds, we are more than that. We are literally often, with our toys, the superheroes of the health system. We are expected to manage all cases at all times. And admittedly, I do consider myself a superhero, but I don't look as good in spandex as others. But that can be our own kryptonite. And our own kryptonite is what is going to destroy our specialty. And that is what makes me concerned on our continent. Because we need to look at the life after, and understanding that if we don't do something now, there might not be life after. Because many of our residents are starting to think, if I'm able to get through the specialty program and finish, then what? Is there life after my residency? And let's look at the realities that our residents are faced. Firstly, from a time perspective. Unlike most disciplines, emergency medicine has to function at a high level right round the clock against our circadian rhythms. But in addition to this, it has a tremendous impact on a normal family life, on social lives, when emergency physicians are spending 2/3 of their working careers outside of normal working hours. I've mentioned the patient loads already, but that places additional strain on any individual. And the uncertainty of when that flood will hit adds additional stress. Then there is inevitable conflict, and that conflict may be between divisions, so between disciplines within a facility. It may be between colleagues, and often, unfortunately, these days, it's often conflict between patients and the clinical teams. And we are seeing increased numbers of severe assaults occurring of clinical staff, nursing staff, medical staff, by patients and family members of patients. We have the turf wars, now that we are an established discipline, having to fight for what we believe in our disciplines. The access block. At this stage, I've just received the updated stats from my unit this morning. We are outnumbered by a 2-to-1 factor, so there are more than 2 patients per emergency department bed waiting for beds in the ward, let alone the amount of patients that we are trying to meet. And in all of this, our residents are needing to try and balance life and work. And this is generally what a resident looks like at the end of their residency. They start out young and eager, but they are often quite jaded by the time that they end it. And that is something that concerns me, is what exactly are we going to do to ensure that this does not happen again? And this is being reported all over the world with regards to the stresses that emergency physicians are feeling. And that makes me worry. It keeps me up at night. The burnout in emergency medicine in our country is extreme. And most of our clinical specialists are looking to exit the specialty after only 10 to 15 years practicing as a specialist, because they just can't balance it all. And it's also not knowing what's around the corner. In addition to your regular loads, there are things like wars. And there will be another war, and there will be another pandemic, and emergency medicine will need to cope. Because as was mentioned yesterday, emergency medicine is the front line. Finally, within our continent, job security has become a greater and greater risk. With financial meltdowns occurring all over, there are often not specialist posts for our residents to go into once they have graduated. And because of this, we see that many of these specialists that we've spent a lot of resources training are leaving the countries and leaving the continent simply in order to put food on the table. It makes me worry. This photograph is quite a unique one. This was the night shift welcoming the day shift and trying to impart their words of wisdom of what they'd learned overnight. So I've painted quite a bleak picture about emergency medicine on the African continent, that we are literally hanging on by our fingernails to keep services together. But it's not all doom and gloom. We are able to put band-aids on, and we can survive because of the spirit of emergency medicines. And what we need to ensure is that that spirit isn't extinguished. And this is when I start saying, I've spoken about the bad, let's talk about the good. So in South Africa, emergency medicine has just turned 20. It is almost an adult. But within the African continent, it is still a toddler in some areas, a teenager in others. But what has assisted is the formation of the African Federation for Emergency Medicine. It has helped societies get emergency medicine registered as and recognized as a base specialty. It is formed up by numerous national societies, and Srinath noted the importance of national societies in getting emergency medicine registered with authorities. But you can see across the African continent, those are the number of sites that there are now emergency physicians in place. And it's growing on a daily basis. What we're also seeing across the African continent is the sharing of resources. And these are not only from a financial perspective, but also from an intellectual one, where we are able to ensure that people have got a good training base, and residents are moved all over the continent in order to ensure that occurs. And then once they have been trained, they are assisted in the setup of more formalized systems in their base countries. And so there is hope. But whilst we are driving the development of emergency medicine in the African continent, we need to ensure that we are able to survive. We need to stand up for ourselves. And certainly we are not doing the greatest job in my neck of the woods. And so my last slide is just to say we need to keep calm and carry on, but perhaps not that calm. Emergency medicine thrives on the excitement, on the difficulty. We shouldn't shy away from it, but we also need to ensure that it doesn't damage us in the long run. We are not alone. We are not alone in South Africa. We are not alone on the African continent. Emergency medicine is a global force. It is together that we are able to move forward, and it's together that we can survive any crisis across the world. And it's meetings like these that emphasize that. I apologize that the sound isn't coming through, but it is one of my favorite quotations from Winston Churchill, who said, "This is not the end. It's not even the beginning of the end. It is perhaps the end of the beginning." Thank you.
Next is Dr. Paul Kibela from the United States.
Next page.
Okay, perfect.
Next page. Laser.
Okay.
You.
Well, thank you very much. You know, I'm giving a report on the Americas, and I'm going to be more heavily influenced on what's happening in the United States. One of the things that's happened through the Americas, as I understand, the volume in Canada after the pandemic is actually up. The volume, the volume in Mexico is up, and overcrowding is a problem in every country. But as Dr. Dickerson has said and pointed out, you know, the African emergency medicine organizations are about 20 years old. In the US, we turned 50 a couple of years ago. And so we're reaching some unique problems that I think all emergency medicine organizations, whatever their age, need to address. And these are some of the issues that we face in the US, which will be very different than some of the issues that face elsewhere. So I'm going to concentrate not on the same issues of overcrowding, but really what's happening in the US and is of concern to the emergency physicians there. The biggest issue that we have in the US right now is a workforce issue. For many, many years, we wanted to train more emergency physicians. We projected that there was going to be surplus, or there was going to not be enough emergency physicians in the United States. But unfortunately now, we probably have trained too many emergency physicians. And so we are looking at potentially in 8 years, in 2030, to actually have a surplus of emergency physicians. But the issue that's happening here is that no one, of course, saw the pandemic. But in the United States, emergency department volumes had gone up virtually every single year. And now when the pandemic hit, volumes obviously went down dramatically, up to 40% decreases during the pandemic. The issue that we have in the US is those volumes are still not necessarily back to 100%. And many, many people believe that we've plateaued in our volume of emergency department visits. I'm not so sure that's the case, but urgent cares have popped up, and telemedicine in the United States is becoming very, very prevalent. And insurance companies in the US, which is not an issue to much of the rest of the world, have scared patients from going to the emergency department, saying they're going to get a big bill, that was going to bankrupt them, so they're actually afraid to receive care. As I mentioned, there's these alternative delivery places. Telemedicine is taking off in the United States. It's amazing how many people will talk to their doctor on their phone now, rather than coming to the emergency department. You know, ED volumes are close, but again, our patients are much sicker than they ever were. The other thing that's happened in the US is that we are always in the US, there's somebody trying to make things less expensive. And so oftentimes in some emergency departments, doctors are being replaced by what are called physician assistants. Whereas instead of receiving 4 years of college, 4 years of med school, and 3 to 4 years of residency or 12 years of training, these people receive 2 years of training, or 3 years of training, or 4 years of training. And so they're lesser skilled people replacing emergency physicians because they cost less money. And that is a big concern to many of our emergency physician graduates. Emergency medicine, again, as we came up through youth, we became one of the most popular specialties in the United States. We were well respected, and a lot of people wanted to go into emergency medicine. And hence, a lot of programs started popping up. And so the number of residents that we were graduating 10 years ago to today, it's almost doubled in the last 10 years. So now, perhaps we are training too many emergency physicians, which is a serious potential problem in the United States. The big question here is what's the need going to be? Are our estimates correct? What we've seen during the pandemic is a lot of emergency physicians basically quitting, saying, I'm not going to do this anymore. So perhaps we are going to have attrition, as Dr. Dickerson warned us about, that people are getting burned out and they don't want to go back to do their job. But this, again, is something that we're watching very closely. One of the biggest issues that's affected the United States has nothing to do with emergency physicians itself. It has to do with our nurses. Our nurses quit in huge numbers during the pandemic. And so now the reason that we have so much overcrowding is we don't have anywhere to send them after the emergency department. There are no beds in the hospital, or if there are beds, there's no nurses to staff those beds. So patients that are admitted are backing up our emergency departments. We have the capacity now in our emergency departments to see the patients if we could just get the patients out of the emergency department. Oftentimes, 2/3 of our beds and our hallways are occupied with patients needing to be admitted to the hospital, but there's nowhere for them to go. Another issue that's happening in the United States is the way that the US payment system works for hospitals. It's now bankrupting the majority of the hospitals in the United States. So we're going to be looking for some type of healthcare reform here to make sure that our hospitals stay open. Right now, almost half the hospitals in the United States are losing money. And this is a dramatic change from 4 years ago. So they started right prior to the pandemic, but during the pandemic it made it worse. But there was bailout money and monies to fund that. But now, as COVID is over, the realities of the payment process are coming into place, and a lot of hospitals are at risk of closing. And certainly one of the issues is our graduates want to work in urban and suburban areas. They don't want to work in rural areas. And many of the rural areas, even if they wanted to work there, don't have the payment methodology to support an emergency physician. It's hard for probably many of you to realize, but many of our emergency medicine graduates, when they graduate residency, owe about 500,000 euros in tuition money. 500,000 euros or 500,000 US dollars is a lot of money to owe. And so oftentimes they can't get a job to support that. Sometimes it takes them 20 to 30 years to pay that money back, which is a problem. As Dr. Dickerson said, emergency physician well-being now is at an all-time low. The pandemic made burnout not just a problem, but a crisis. Many of our graduates are so stressed they have a hard time coming to work or functioning the way they used to function. This is something that we really need to work on, and I'll talk about some of the solutions that we are working on as we go forward, that many of you may be able to take to your countries and employ, so that you don't reach the crisis that we are reaching in the United States. The one thing that I think is important is to make firm estimates of how many emergency physicians and how many emergency providers your country needs, and where are they needed. Are they needed in urban areas? Are they needed in rural? And do you need to concentrate, because the practice in an urban setting is very different than the practice in a rural setting? And are they trained the right way? Do they understand the technology that's needed? One of the biggest issues that we are working on here in the United States is to credential emergency departments, that not all emergency departments are equal, that there needs to be certain standards in the emergency department for it to be a high level, like a grade A, whereas something might be a grade B or a grade C or lower, or a 5-star, 4-star, 3-star methodology. But we are looking right now to certify, to make sure that a 5-star emergency department is something where the doctors and the nurses feel safe, that they have the equipment they need, they have the nursing and support staff, that they have a work they enjoy their work there. Those are things that I think are important that I encourage many of you to look at is how to certify your emergency departments. And as Dr. Dickerson said, is where are these patients or where are these physicians going to go? If they get tired of working in the emergency department, what is their next plan? What is their plan B? Can they work in an urgent care? Can they work doing telemedicine? Can they go into hospital administration? Can they do something where they still enjoy practicing medicine, but maybe not in the emergency department? In the US, we're looking at other options for how and where emergency physicians can practice. We are also looking for alternatives to nurses. Can we provide additional support staff in the emergency department besides nurses? Are there some type of assistant that the physicians can get that will make their job a little bit easier and help them do the jobs that doesn't require a physician? Can there be scribes or people that fill out your chart for you? Can they get your information for you, set things up for you so it doesn't require the emergency physician to do those jobs? And again, to continue to figure out what are the items that are currently stressing the emergency physicians and how do we correct them? One of the things that I have said throughout my time as being in leadership in emergency medicine is emergency medicine is not a place, it's a specialty. I believe in the future that there will be less emergency departments in the United States, or at least certainly less hospitals. The question is how can you access that emergency physician and the emergency physician mindset? Can we do it via telemedicine? Can we do it mobile? Can we do it in urgent cares or very small standalone emergency departments that don't have a whole hospital behind them? You know, can we manage more of our patients at home? If our problem is admitting them to the hospital, can we send more of them home and monitor them in some way? I do believe that emergency medicine still does have a bright future, as Dr. Dickerson said. I think the pandemic and the armed conflicts, not just in some parts of the world, but in every emergency department that we've all seen increased violence, that emergency medicine is the essential specialty of 2022 and beyond. And hopefully this will translate well, that we are the masters of the undifferentiated patient. And when I say undifferentiated patient, that's the patient that comes in with chest pain, or shortness of breath, or a headache that we don't know, it could be any diagnosis. We are the masters of anyone, anytime, soon any place, and the masters of doing more with less resources, less time, and less information. As I said, few have seen the challenges of the pandemic and the armed conflicts that we have, but we were there central in managing the front lines of the viral pandemic and still with traumas when nobody else really wants to do that job or is able to. And we managed not just injuries and illnesses, but we also hold patients' hands and comfort families in their greatest need. In my opinion, emergency medicine is still the greatest specialty, and I look to all of you to help solve some of these problems that have been created over the time, probably some by my generation, but I believe the future of emergency medicine is bright in the US, in Turkey, and throughout the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Dr. Eric Review from France. I think Eric is doing his lecture through Zoom, so.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure to see you. I'm very terribly sorry not being with you because I have a lot of friends in Turkey, Roger, Paul Kivela, and it's a shame I won't be with you. One of the things is you discuss about a lot of things about the problem that we are facing. So we'll try to exchange. Can you see my slides now?
Yes, we can, Eric. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So let's take an overview of the situation about in Europe, not only in France, but in Europe. One other thing is, so I'm regretting not being with you because we have some friends, and emergency medicine is also that it's more than friendship, it's sharing experience and sharing a lot of things we have in common. So the situation in Europe, as we do have a rising number of ED visits for the past 20 years, and the situation is still changing, and we'll see how it could be changed. So we'll make a small tour of Europe, and through a questionnaire that can be made about the situation in Europe. You want to know how is the emergency department asked to the nurse, asked to the patient. In this study, we asked to the European nurse how they can rate their own hospital and their own departments. And in these departments, and these are in Europe, nurses said that the quality of care is really low in Ireland, it's really terrible in Greece, and it's different in Switzerland. They have the feeling that they treat quite well patients, and as you see, the burnout situation is quite high, not in the Netherlands but more in the Greece. The job dissatisfaction is really high in Greece, so they want to leave, and mainly nurses want to leave. And as Paul Kivela said, it's exactly the same situation after the COVID. So we have less than 1/3 of US nurses want to quit their job. It's exactly the same in France, and mainly in a lot of countries in Europe. If we compare in this study the situation in Europe and in US, it's exactly the same situation, where the job dissatisfaction is really quite high now, and is very similar Europe to US. So we don't have a lot of difference about that. And when you focus on Europe, it's really a poor quality of care that globally that comes through from the nurses, and the situation of burnout and job dissatisfaction is quite high. When you compare to, as Paul Kivela said, it's exactly the same, and we are facing this situation now everywhere. When you look in detail for some European countries, as you see, the worst situation for now is still in Greece, and we have a lot of colleagues from Greece just telling us that it's really terrible. They have a lack of nurses, lack of beds, job dissatisfaction, and a lot of doctors, they want to leave. As you see, it's quite similar in different countries. In Europe, we don't have all the countries, of course, but it is really terrible that we are facing. The situation is better in the north of Europe, in Finland, for instance, and why not in Switzerland? But that's globally just the exception that we are seeing. If you ask the patient trusts our hospital, patient trusts our emergency department, but they are still coming to the emergency department. And patient, just when we ask them to rate the hospital, it's exactly the same analyze that the nurses. They are very low, they trust, and they don't trust in Spain. They are quite, they trust the hospital in Finland, and they will recommend the hospital, they won't recommend the hospital in some country. They recommend in Switzerland, they don't want to recommend their hospital in Greece. So as you see, patients and nurses are saying exactly the same, they are quite focused quality care, and the patient satisfaction is really quite low everywhere. So there are a few differences between, to summarize, between the countries. but we see that even when you pay much more nurses, it's not enough to change the situation. Ireland and Finland report the high level of quality, but the national level are really different from country for place to place. As when you see from USA, they have a fewer nurses per capita when you compare to European country, but the more nurses are not the same for per patient in hospital. So how we have to have some difference between Europe and US, but it's really quite similar. And one of the things I remember, I gave a lecture 2 years ago in Turkey. We are in the day after the COVID. And as Paul Kivela said, it's exactly the same situation. It's really terrible because we are missing more than 20% of nurses in our hospital now. 20% of nurses, it's exactly the same number of beds we are lacking. So we are closing our departments everywhere in the hospital because of the lack of nurses. We need nurses. And it was due the day after, I could say day after, we are 2 years after the COVID, and it is the terrible situation. We had a congress a few weeks ago in Berlin with the USEM that was exactly the same situation in all over Europe. When you look at the old data about the situation, number of physicians, not a problem of number of physicians. I'm quite glad to see that they have a huge number of physicians in US. It's not the point in Europe because a lot of emergency departments don't have enough emergency physicians, so we are trying to find other specialty could work inside the emergency department. It could be family doctors, it could be internal medicine, it could be geriatrics. It's one of the main concerns that we should have in our emergency departments. And the second problem we are facing in Europe is the aging population. And the aging population, as you see, is quite different from place to place in Europe, but it will be a tsunami that we will face in the next 10 years. So the aging population will come more and more. And the situation is really quite worrying in Germany, for instance, because they have a high level of geriatric in the emergency department, but exactly the same in Spain, in France, in Italy, that we have a lot of patients, those patients. They are patients, they are geriatrics, but the problem, we don't care enough about them, particularly in the overcrowding situation, as you have seen in everywhere. The overcrowding here is the map of Europe. Where are the overcrowding problem? Everywhere. And as you may have seen, it was worse after the COVID period. So we have a lack of beds. And why our patients are coming? Here are the data from Europe. They're coming in emergency department because they don't have family doctors, they don't have a GP available, they have for financial reasons, they have many reasons for coming to emergency department, but those patients are not responsible of the main problem of overcrowding. The other problem of overcrowding is the lack of beds, and it's the output patients, and as Roger said, it's access block also. So we have many reasons to have quite worried about the situation in Europe. And we have violence. We do have more and more violent patients in our emergency patient department because it's not a safe place in the emergency department. We have a lot of reason for that: alcohol, drug, and do not forget that the nurses and nursing staff are the higher risk of be harmed on the emergency department. We have a reason for that. Take, for instance, agitated patient coming in emergency in the waiting room. This patient is coming, he's getting agitated, and the other guys are quite under pressure, that the pressure cooker effect, and are waiting for hours, they waiting for long. And why the patient is coming in front of me? Why? And it's the better and better system because they're waiting for hours. Nurses say you don't have a problem, urgent problem. What happened then? It's the explosion. That's the patient die in emergency department. It's in the media. And the burnout, I could not come again about the situation. It's all over the world, and particularly now. And after the day after with the COVID, it's worse now. So the burnout, we have a lot of doctors and nurses that are living now. They don't have the feeling that they can stay. So what we can do now about some data, they said that maybe we need to organize the hospital with a better good work environment for nurses first, and we have to focus on nurse because we could have a better quality care. You can tell me that we need nurses also for that. If you take the example of Sweden, they are a teamwork organization program to organize and to make a safety program and a workplace environment for nurses, and the attitude, and they have quality care better organized with this in Sweden. So we could take the example of the Swedish hospital they have done. So the situation in Europe is not really quite high. We need to organize things together, and thanks to Bashar to organize an international conference, because we need to have our brains together, how we can face in a different way, because it's very important to work. We want to solve the problem very quickly for the overcrowding, of course, and the thing is we have to focus what are the main threats we are facing, how we can be attractive for our emergency department, and because we need to reorganize our emergency department and organize and take our resources. So I would like to thank you, Teşekkür ederim, and sorry, Joe Roger, for the pictures, because it was necessary for me to make that joke. Thank you.
Eric, thank you. That brings the formal presentations to an end, but we've now got an opportunity to involve each of the speakers with regards to a bit of discussion. If I could just ask Paul and Srinath if you are still in the room. If I could ask you to share the microphone on the far side of the stage, it might be easier. And then we've got Eric on the line still. So, first of all, Paul, I want to say, thank you for training so many emergency physicians. Can you export?
The question is, can we export some of our emergency physicians? Interesting you ask that. A lot of our younger physicians want to work elsewhere. And I think conferences like this are something that, I've talked to Dr. Abdel Balou previously that he wanted to come and work more in the US. I think we need to look at how we can open our borders for physicians. I think it'll help not just to unload some of our US workforce, but I think in exchange of ideas, I come and I learn something from Dr. View and Dr. Dickerson, you and my Turkish colleagues, and every single time I come to one of these conferences. So I think we really need to look at that, and I have to tell you, if you're looking for American emergency physicians that are well trained, I think it's a matter of putting that out there and making sure there's a mechanism for that to happen. A lot of our physicians are young and incredibly intelligent, and many of them speak other languages as well. So I think there's that potential.
I was actually also referring to there are existing programs. I know the global emergency medicine programs like out of UCSF have been doing great work and assisting with setting up emergency training programs. So whilst it's a bit of a flippant comment on my behalf, I think there's already some of that in place which has been well used. But I think your comments regarding almost an international force of emergency physicians that can respond where there is need is probably a good thing. What we don't have, and it seems to be going all around the world, listening to what Eric had to say, and yourself from the US, and certainly from the South Africa and the African continent, is what are we doing about emergency nurses? Because that seems to be a global critical situation. If I can bring Eric in there, what ideas would you have to try and keep nurses happy on the one hand, skilled on the other, but still be able to manage the patient workload that we are all being faced with?
That's a great question, Roger, because when we ask the nurses, and after COVID period, they want to change the job. They don't want to be a nurse anymore. So that's the main concern, that we can focus on it. And we asked and we talked many times to the nurses, and they say it's over. We had a discussion with colleagues from US. They said exactly the same point. I don't know why, because they have the feeling that maybe they're scared about that, but they don't want to work anymore in the same situation. So to be attractive, of course, we could talk about the salary, but it's mainly working condition, training, and training our nurses, and maybe having a new perspective for nurses. For instance, we are working on a program in France to have the equivalent of the nurse practitioner. We didn't have for 20 years, and so we are starting a new program for nurse practitioner training, for a 2 years training program for nurse. So maybe it could be a new job to be attractive for nurses.
Thanks, Eric.
Roger, one of the things that we are looking at in the U.S. is that nurses in the U.S. take about 3 to 4 years of training. And so we're looking at whether we train nurses at a lower level than a registered nurse, an RN, as a medical assistant, which takes potentially 6 to 8 months of training, or an LVN, which takes 2 years of training, and unload some of the jobs that the nurses don't want to do, that's, quote, burning them out, unquote, and really trying to figure out if we can make all of these jobs a little bit more attractive. And same thing with physicians, is take away some of the jobs that we don't want to do, that doesn't require our skill level, that we're forced to do. And I think that's what we're hearing from our younger physicians that are a little bit more insightful, that I don't want to do this anymore, or I don't want to do this job anymore. And I think we have to listen to them, and I think they have to speak up and make those suggestions.
Thank you. I just want to make a short comment on the availability of staffing and the future of emergency medicine. Basically, when people go through programs and they graduate and they train and they work in different sites, as we move along, throughout the years, some people they find that they have probably different interests, like in finance, in legal, in admin, or even in the specialty of emergency medicine. They look at emergency medicine probably at a stage and they want to do something like, something more outdoor, like wilderness, or even something like special operation medicine, like HIMSS and Medevac and all that. So I think this is a tool that probably institutions around the world want to tap into. First of all, to avoid burnout for emergency physician. Second, to explore other skills that an emergency physician or an individual or a nurse or an EMT or a paramedic has at a stage that he was too busy during his residency or the first few years of establishing himself, is actually to have probably an international umbrella to train people like that and put them in a more probably accredited programs. Not only this will feed back into emergency medicine and disaster and a global event, but it certainly would probably have a better response in terms of disaster like flooding or pandemic, or even unify the scope for payment, for example. And that's just a thought.
If I can pick up on two things, I think there's been some really great points made. So in our nursing system, we already operate on a 3-tier structure where the RNs are the chief nurses. We have nursing auxiliaries and staff nurses, which range from a year to 2 years to 4 years of training, and then there's specialty nurses on top of that. The difficulty that often comes is that from a financial perspective, the hospitals see that why would they need to have any registered nurses, because the physicians can take over that role, and then you're paying a lower salary. So we found that we've not gained much from that. And with regards to, I think it's an amazing thing to be able to allow staff to develop in areas of their interest. The difficulty often, and I'm sure we've all sat when you're running departments going, yes, I want to support an individual, but in supporting that individual, I could threaten the rest of the team. And that is often the difficult tightrope that we are needing to walk. I am also quite staggered that there are more graduating emergency physicians in the US than there are on the African continent. And that's you graduating those numbers each year. But it brings me to my second question for you, Paul. You've stated that emergency medicine in the US is 50 years old. It's one of, or not the oldest country, or not the oldest country, shall we say the grandfather of emergency medicine as specialties globally. So it's something that we've not faced before, is looking at how can emergency physicians work until retirement at a pace that is often required in busy emergency departments. And the natural progression has always been into leadership or academics or something like that. But do you think that emergency physicians can be a pit doc till the age of retirement or death, whichever comes first? And I do note Lewis has got a question, so if I could ask Paul to answer that, and then I'll take Lewis.
I think, Roger, this is a great question, is can you be a pit doc till your 60s? I have to tell you, I've worked alongside a lot of the physicians that I worked with were 60 plus. And I have to tell you, it's a more difficult job as you get older. I'm looking into the audience, and when I was 20, 30, 40, 45, doing a night shift was easy. It's more difficult now that I'm in my mid-50s. And I still do them from time to time, but they're much more difficult than I recall them being when I was younger. So I think the issue here is there probably needs to be some type of seniority for the older emergency physicians, that they work less nights. And so I think that is probably the best solution. Maybe they work a few more weekends and a few less nights. I think that seems to be the right mix. That also takes off a little bit of the younger physicians that have time with their kids during the weekends. So I think that's the mix right there. It's, not a perfect system, but I think that's how I would address it.
Thanks. You've got a microphone. Great. Thank you.
Hi, I am Carlos from Mexico. They are the grandfather, but we are the second one. We have 37 years, and we had 37 years of emergency medicine in the world. So we are the second one. One of the things happening in the emergency medicine is that we need to tropicalize the emergency medicine in different countries. Every country has his own problem. So if you try to compare with the United States or with France, they have problems for the States because the medicine practice in the States is defensive for the States. If they don't do it correctly, they sue, and they have big problem for this. So I think the emergency medicine, I see the evolution for the 37 years. So at the beginning, like Paul said, we have less tools and we resolve the problems. Now we have a lot of tools and we make more mistakes. Why? Because if we have, one of the things happen is when, I remember 15 years ago when in Bahia, Gunnar Ollner, probably you know Gunnar Ollner, was the president of the SEM. At that time, he came to Puerto Vallarta in Mexico and he said, well, now in Switzerland, we are closing the emergency room. And say, you are closing the emergency room? We are overcrowding all the time. How you can do that? So, because they start to organize long time ago. But when you compare this with the countries like Mexico, other countries in Latin America, also in the United States, all the time they are overcrowding. You see in the States, patients start hour and hour waiting for something. In Mexico, if you go to the emergency room, you need to wait 1 week or 2 weeks to get CT. So I think every country has its own problem. My suggestion is, first of all, we need to see. Europe, they don't have all countries recognize the emergency medicine, first of all. Second, for example, Spain, 4 weeks ago, they go to the Congress, and they don't accept it. But they have fighting for 25 years or something like that. Eric, you know better than me how many years they're fighting, but they don't recognize. So we need to training that the people is working in the emergency room. I know many people is general practitioner, internalist, but if you want to work in the emergency room, you need to resolve the problem for the emergency room. So probably you don't want to be specialized, but you need to take the correct courses to improve your knowledge to resolve the problems, first of all. Second, who held the doctors in the emergency room? The nurse. Sometimes the level that they have the nurse between the doctors is too high, too different. So we need to prepare people to help the doctor to resolve the problem. Because sometimes, who make the triage? For example, in Mexico, you arrive, one people is secretary, he have probably elementary school, and she decide this patient is sick or this patient is not sick, and waiting. In similar countries happen the same. So we need to do something that the access to the emergency room need to be quick, good, gentle, and effective. But you don't need to spend too much money to do that. You need to prepare the right people in the right place, in the right hospital to resolve the problem. The pandemic showed us how important is the emergency room. At the beginning, we saved a lot of lives. At the beginning, we are heroes. 2 weeks later, 4 weeks later, the heroes was the ICU doctors. Excuse me, we take the care for the patients, but they don't remember exactly what's going on. So if we work together, we'll be stronger and better, and we can resolve many problems around the world because we are similar ideas, similar knowledge, and work together and be successful in the couple of days. We need to make re-engineering to create ways in the wayside to fix it, the holes that create the pandemic in the emergency room and also in the system.
Carlos, thank you. I think there's some, if I can pick out some very important points that you've made, is that I call it the hero to zero phenomena, and it's something that we face in emergency medicine all the time. And you've encapsulated it well with how it applied in the COVID response, is a hero 1 minute and a zero the next. The second, I think, is the way that emergency centers, emergency departments are being used by the population is often a reflection on the expertise that are perceived to be there. And it's something that's being picked up by Eric in his presentation and by Paul and Srinath, was that we are seeing an increase in the number of emergency department presentations in favor of other areas within health systems. And that may be from a financial perspective, it may be an availability perspective, but I think a lot of the time it is seen as an expertise. If they go there, they will get the problem diagnosed and sorted because that's what emergency physicians do. There's also a perception that they will wait less time, which I don't think they've, certainly if they've sat in my waiting room of my emergency department, that's certainly not true. But thank you for your comments. I think some very valuable input made there. Sorry, could we have the mic back on there? I can't hear you. Ah, there we go.
One point more. When you're talking about the retire, you need to think about it. What is the period of the time for the sport guys? For example, Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, Jordan, they have one period of the time. 37 is all. Like Paul say, when do you try to work in the emergency room? I think the best time to work is at the beginning, 20s, 30s, 40s. And then you need to take other positions, like training, like teaching, but you don't need to go out all the time because you are the values that you have, you need to teach for the new guys. The new guys need to understand better than us to advance quicker and in the best way. Because one of the things happen now is that many of doctors, like you said, the burnout around Europe and around the world they affected our population. So we need to create, don't go away the old doctors, support for the teaching, support for the program, but stay there because you are very helpful for the system.
All right. Any more questions?
May I add a comment?
Yeah.
Yes.
Go ahead, Eric. Yeah.
A quick comment about to summarize what you said, and I agree with one main point that Roger said. We are always on the front line, and emergency medicine. The creation of emergency medicine was in 1974 in UK, and then in Ireland and USA, and that evolution of emergency medicine are still the same concept. We are on the front line. When we create the pre-hospital EMS in France, it was just because we had a lot of road traffic injuries and we have patients dying before they come in emergency department. It's not the problem anymore. We reduce to 10,000 to 2,000 patients who die for road traffic injuries. But the main thing we have, with the exception of India and China, they still have a lot of concern, and Turkey, about the road traffic injuries. In Europe, it's mainly medical problems that are coming through emergency departments. But the thing we are facing for now is we still are pioneer of emergency medicine, and we live day after day a new concept. Take the example of the COVID. No one in the room, and no one like myself, have faced the pandemic like that. We were the first to face that, and we deal with that, and we try to organize. So emergency medicine is also to adapt our system to the disease that like we have, and we will have to face it. And I agree with Carlos Garcia, as he said, that we do have a lot of things in common, but we have to adapt our system on our own system of our own country, because we have a different concern about the system. I will be really lucky to take the example of the emergency physician in USA. I would love to have a huge number of emergency physicians in my department, but we don't have, so we try to find some issue for that. But that's very interesting talk we have together, because I think we still are pioneer of this creation of the specialty. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Enjoy lunch.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Thanks, Eric.
Bye-bye, Eric.
Bye, friends.
Uzbekistan. We are in very good collaboration between Turkey emergency medicine and Uzbekistan. Yes, Hikmet, please.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, we are collaborating for more than 5 years, and it's a great honor and pleasure for us. It's quite challenging to start after lunch session as usual, and this is an endless battle of curiosity with physiology, but nevertheless, let's start. So, as Bajar Hocam has said, it's our really great pleasure and a privilege to invite here Professor Giuseppe Brugada for his topic, sudden cardiac death. Por favor, toma la palabra.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andarov, Dr. Kanderberry.
This one, next page.
Okay.
Next page, and laser. You
This
hold
laser?
push, yes. Hold push. Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So I will talk in the next minutes about sudden cardiac death, and I will try, first of all, to remind you the definition of sudden cardiac death, which is a form of death which is natural, which is due to cardiac causes, unexpected in time and form of presentation, that is always preceded by sudden loss of conscience, that happens in the next hour after initiation of symptoms, and this happens in someone with or without a known cardiac condition. As you know, the final rhythm that produces sudden death is, in the majority of cases, ventricular fibrillation. But there are other rhythms that might lead to the same situation, which is the asystole, complete AV block, or electromechanical dissociation. But basically, in our interest, the most important one is ventricular fibrillation. Practically any form of cardiac disease can, at the end, produce sudden cardiac death. But basically, we are dealing with ischemic causes, with myocardiopathies like hypertrophic, dilated, or arrhythmogenic, but also some electrical conditions like the long QT, the short QT, Brugada syndrome, but also other conditions like the postoperative congenitals, cardiac amyloidosis, etc. All of them at some moment can produce sudden cardiac death. So if we talk about ischemic, we're talking about #1 cause of sudden death in our environment. In Europe, #1 cause of sudden cardiac death is acute myocardial infarction. So during the acute phase of the myocardial infarction, the cells get with ischemia, and they complain about this ischemia by having pain, but also by producing ventricular arrhythmias that can produce ventricular fibrillation and sudden death. So if we want to fight against sudden cardiac death in our environment, we have to fight against acute myocardial infarction and prevent acute myocardial infarction. When we are dealing with patients that have already gone through an acute myocardial infarction and have survived the myocardial infarction, in the chronic phase of the myocardial infarction, there is also a risk of having sudden cardiac death because of the occurrence of electrical circuits in the area of the myocardial infarction. The bigger the myocardial infarction, the most chances that during follow-up ventricular arrhythmia or sudden death might occur. Although in the last years we have learned that it's not only a matter of the size of the myocardial infarction, but you see here that a small myocardial infarction, very homogeneous, is a non-arrhythmogenic scar, but also a huge myocardial infarction, but very homogeneous, it's also non-arrhythmogenic. On the contrary, you can have a small myocardial infarction which are very inhomogeneous or large myocardial infarctions, very inhomogeneous, which are really arrhythmogenic. So the point is that probably in the future we'll be analyzing the risk of sudden death in a patient post-myocardial infarction, not only because of the size of the infarct, but on the quality of this infarct and the survival of cells producing an inhomogeneous scar, which is more prone to arrhythmias than an homogeneous one. When we're dealing with dilated cardiomyopathy, we're dealing with probably what has been called the pandemic of the 21st century, because the increase in the number of patients suffering from cardiac insufficiency, dilated cardiomyopathy, because of the increasing age of the population, increasing risk factors like hypertension, diabetes, obesity, etc. Remember that 50% of the deaths in patients with dilated myocardiopathy are sudden death because of ventricular arrhythmias. So we have to treat the cardiac insufficiency, but also we have to prevent the arrhythmias in this population. When we're dealing with hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, here we are dealing with a genetically determined disease that produces a hypertrophy of different parts of the muscle, and this hypertrophy produces arrhythmias, many of them ventricular, many of them polymorphic, and many of them lethal, that might kill the patient by sudden cardiac death. And remember that hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is the principal cause of sudden death in patients younger than 40 years of age, especially sport practitioners. We also have arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy, which again is a genetically determined disease that produces changes in the muscle, basically in the right ventricle, but also sometimes in the left ventricle. And these changes produce the occurrence of islands of tissue in this muscle, being the basis for the occurrence of ventricular arrhythmias and sudden cardiac death, again in young population and again in sport people. However, there are a number of patients, around 20%, who had sudden cardiac death but do not present with a structural heart disease. They have a normal heart, and these are the patients like this one having ventricular fibrillation but a completely normal heart. In the last 30 years, we have learned about a new category of diseases that was unknown to all of us 30 years ago. That's what we call the channelopathies. And the channelopathies are the long QT syndrome, the short QT syndrome, the Brugada syndrome, catecholaminergic polymorphic VT, or malignant early repolarization. All of them are diseases that were unknown to all of us 30 or 35 years ago. And we understood that by looking very carefully at the electrocardiogram, we could identify some signs in the electrocardiogram that were explaining us that something was wrong in this heart, electrically speaking. Why we call that channelopathies? Because these are diseases which are familial, so they are genetically determined, but affect the channels that regulate the flux of ions across the membrane. And these channels, if they have a mutation, they will not work properly, and they will produce some signs in the electrocardiogram, but also might produce some electrical gradients in different parts of the heart. These electrical gradients leading to the occurrence of ventricular arrhythmias and sudden death. This is a patient with a long QT. Please look at the very prolonged QT interval, 640 milliseconds, corrected by the frequency at 584, extremely prolonged QT interval. when we have this type of ECG, and this ECG belongs to this lady here, you see that 7 members in her family have died suddenly because of the prolonged QT interval, and she was the only survivor in this family. So it's a very, very malignant form in this family of the long QT. This is a patient with Brugada syndrome. Look at the ECG, which shows this ST segment elevation in right precordial lead, simulating a myocardial infarction, which he has not. And when you find this type of ECGs, there is the risk in some patients that ventricular fibrillation occurs and the patient might die suddenly. Again, we are dealing with a familial disease. This is a family with Brugada syndrome. This guy here died suddenly. There are other 8 members affected in this family, and this allowed us to identify a mutation in the sodium channel that was responsible for the disease. This is the first patient we ever saw with the Brugada syndrome. That was in '86. In '92, we published the first paper. We defined the characteristic electrocardiogram. We understood the mechanism leading to these anomalies in animal models. We understood that the patient should be protected with an ICD. We could define in 1998 the first mutations in the families with Brugada syndrome. In late 2010, we could, for the first time, do some ablations in patients with Brugada syndrome in the epicardium, and certainly the future will tell us how to change the genetic defect in these families to normalize everything. Look, that it took 30 years to go from the initial description to the actual reality in the patient with Brugada syndrome, and we have learned a lot, we have advanced a lot in how to diagnose, how to risk stratify the patients, and how to treat the patients. We have also mutations in the potassium channels, like this one, producing this very prolonged QT interval. Look at this T wave, very abnormal, giant negative T wave in left precordial leads. This is a very dangerous situation. This is a very high instability from the electrical point of view, and this patient might go into ventricular fibrillation at any time because of this very highly unstable electrocardiogram and repolarization defect that might produce certainly some arrhythmias and producing sudden death. So when we're dealing with the long QT, we have the long QT3, which is the one affecting the sodium channel, but then we have the 1 and 2 that affect the potassium channel. So the result at the end is the same by different mechanism. The result is that the repolarization is prolonged, so the QT interval is very much prolonged, and at the end, ventricular arrhythmias, sudden death can occur because of this gradient between different parts of the heart. Also, we described in the year 2000 the short QT interval, the short QT syndrome. We saw these patients, these first initial patients in the year 2000, especially this one here, that was a lady, 25-year-old, that had a syncope. And we received the ECG of this patient, and we thought that it was a mistake because the QT interval in this patient is no more than 200 milliseconds, extremely short QT interval. So at that time, we asked for a repeated ECG because we thought that the machine was not working properly, and we received the same ECG, so we understood that this was probably the first case of short QT syndrome. ever described. Unfortunately, this lady, this was a Friday evening, and we asked the lady to come to our hospital, but the lady was living 100 kilometers away. So she decided that she will come to our consultation on Monday because she had a very young boy of 5 or 6 months of age. And unfortunately, on Sunday morning, this lady died suddenly. So then we learned that this was a familial form. Here you have some families with a short QT syndrome. Look at these very short QT intervals, very tall T waves, and very short QTs in families with sudden cardiac death. So probably this is the most malignant of all the channelopathies because of the very short QT interval. There is a huge window of vulnerability in these patients, and any arrhythmia, any extrasystole might produce ventricular fibrillation and sudden death. That's why probably there are very few patients described with the short QT syndrome all over the world, probably because they are dead. This is a bidirectional ventricular tachycardia, and this is specific from a condition called the catecholaminergic polymorphic VT. Again, a familial disease, genetically determined disease produced by a mutation in the ryanodine channel. The ryanodine channel is the channel that regulates the flux of calcium inside the cell. And during mental or physical stress, the flux of calcium increases. If the patient has a mutation in the ryanodine, this flux cannot occur, and there is an accumulation of the intracardiac calcium, and this produces an intoxication of the cell, and finally produce this type of arrhythmias that you see here appear during a stress test or mental stress test. This is the ryanodine channel and how the calcium accumulates inside the cell and produces this type of arrhythmias. Finally, the last situation described is what is called the malignant early repolarization, which occurs in patients having this abnormality at the end of the QRS complex, like an early repolarization that in some cases might be responsible for the occurrence of ventricular fibrillation. In some patients, there is an overlap between this early malignant early repolarization and Brugada syndrome, and still it has to be studied in the future. At the end, all of these diseases produce ventricular fibrillation because of this electrical gradient between different parts of the heart. So we can say that genetic studies have identified a new category of diseases responsible for syncope and sudden cardiac death in patients without demonstrable structural heart disease. That's what we call channelopathies. The good news is that if you look carefully at the ECG, you will find the signs to identify the patients at risk. So be careful and read carefully the ECGs and learn how to identify the patients that might be at risk. So, of course, in the patients that are recognized as patients at risk, we have to protect them. And we protect them basically by using implantable defibrillators. As you know, implantable defibrillators are extremely reliable devices that identify the ventricular arrhythmia and treat them very effectively in the majority of cases. But we know, and you know as emergency physicians, specialists, that time is what counts. So not everybody can be identified and can have an ICD implanted. The majority of patients that are at risk for sudden cardiac death do not have an ICD implanted because they have not been recognized. And we know that every minute that lasts, we have 10% less chances of surviving. So we need early defibrillation, and early defibrillation requires, of course, very good emergency systems, but also we need public access defibrillation that might allow for the general public to use these devices and to treat the patient waiting for the emergency system to arrive. There is a study in Japan that compares the number of public defibrillators installed in the countries and the number of patients that are shocked when they have a cardiac arrest. And of course, the more devices you have in the street, the more probability that you will be shocked by a bystander if you have a cardiac arrest. And this is my last slide. This is the number of deaths in car accidents in Spain all over the last years. And you see that they did a very good job, because you see that from the 60s we had an increase maximum in 1989, and since then the decrease is dramatical. So they did a lot of very good jobs, a lot of investment, a lot of money, a lot of fees, a lot of fines if you were too fast in the street, you were not having your protection, whatever. So a lot of money invested to go from almost 6,000 to 1,000. Do you know how many patients died suddenly in Spain? 10 times this number. And the number or the amount of money that is invested is 10 times less. So, of course, this is very important, because the politicians should also understand that sudden cardiac death is a major public problem, and investment in preventing sudden cardiac death should be at the level that it deserves for the number of patients suffering from it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this great presentation. I think we can take the question, the last. Yes. Yeah, okay. Okay. Thank you very much. We will take the question later. Okay. Yes. Yes. Now I want to invite the second speaker, Dr. Hikmet Anvarov, about aorta dissection.
Thank you very much. Herkese merhaba. So it's a really great honor to me to be here with you again. And as I've taught you this morning, the main focus in our hospital in Uzbekistan is on the ascending and descending thoracic aorta. Yep. Closer. Okay. Is it good now? Thank you. So some protocol things, I have nothing to declare, only I would like just to stress the contribution of my angio and cardiovascular department in designing these slides. So the dissections of aortic aneurysm is, as you know, all the condition characterized by a rupture of the inner wall of the artery intima with the formation of the false passage for the blood. And about 50% of patients with untreated aortic dissection will die within 2 days, maybe, as a risk of death within the first hour. For acute aortic dissection is about 1%. So time matters. In large medical study, including almost 1,000 patients with aortic dissection, almost a third of them died within 2 days, and 2/3 within 2 months, and almost 90% within 3 months, and almost all of them within 6 months. So it's really a huge problem. The frequency of occurrence due to several studies is it's about 3 per each 100,000 population, and average almost 1,000 cases per year in my country with a population of 33 million people. So all of us, we well known about the types of classification of aorta aneurysms. There is 5 grades by Svensson, and also the most common things is Stanford's and DeBakey classifications. So the aim of the study, what we held in this year in our hospital, it was to evaluate the direct results of the first experience in surgical treatment of ascending aortal dissection aneurysm type A by Stanford. So these are materials, the retrospective analysis. We had 6 patients which we underwent for the surgical interventions, because the closed transcutaneous interventions has been described on the morning sessions. I would like just to stop more on the surgical ones. So 2 of these 6 patients had concomitant ischemic heart disease. In one case, we obtained grade 3 of aortic valve insufficiency, and in one patient also the intimal tear was located on the proximal part of the aortic arch. So all surgeries were performed using the method of the in the stopped heart or the own pump with the artificial blood circulation. And here are the results. So average duration of the circular arrest was about 45 minutes, and the temperature we decreased it for less than 22 degrees. And of course, the retrograde hypothermic cerebral perfusion we provide in all patients. Here are some demonstrated things. We used the prosthetic for aortal arch and for descending aorta. Here are some stages from the surgical part. In 4 cases, the patient underwent supracoronary replacement of the ascending aorta. In one case, the aortic root replacement as a Bentel de Bono surgery. In one case, supracoronary replacement of the ascending aorta was supplemented with arch replacement. And Vascotec vascular prosthesis was used in all surgeries. Biological glue also we applied. We didn't apply it. And coronary artery bypass graft was performed as a concomitant interventions in 2 cases. As I said, this was that Bentel de Bono surgery. So, in postoperative period, we saw the 2 patients with signs of stroke, unfortunately, and the mortality also obtained in 2 patients. In one case, we obtained encephalopathy, but required early tracheostomy for prolonged ventilation. The average blood loss was about 900 milliliters. So in type A aortal dissection, about half of the patient within the first 48 hours, the perioperative mortality in half of the patients with ascending aorta, and more than 50% in aortal arch. In type B, the presence of the complications mortality is the same almost, and the perioperative mortality is in between the one third and half of the patients. And other types of the surgery in ascending aorta, it's average about 5%, no more than 5% in our hospital. In a big dissection involving the thoracoabdominal elements, it's about 11%. And in abdominal aorta, we consider more, moderately more easier. It's about 5% mortality, nevertheless. So, obtained experience of surgical treatment of descending aorta aneurysm showed that timely detection and surgical treatment, of course, can achieve satisfactory result with, let's call it, satisfactory, of course, in comparison. Mortality is about 1/3 of all patients. Otherwise, all of them will die. And further improvement of our result associated with the increase of the experience, of course. Thank you. Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hikmet. We will take the question later, and I want to announce the last speaker. Everybody in Turkey know him, Roger Dickerson from South Africa. Please.
Sorry for my too short presentation.
Yes, it's very good. Wow, wonderful. I understand it. I understand. I understand that. Short presentation is very good. Very good.
Emre said me 2 days before that
Yes.
I have to do it.
Because there are lots of topic and yes, they like, they interest, but very, very tired.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm a great fan of movies from the 70s and 80s, and one of my favorites was Dirty Dancing. I don't know if anyone remembers that, or looking around the audience, I'm not sure if anyone was alive when that was actually on the silver screen. But one of the comments made was, nobody puts baby in the corner, and I hate getting poked into the corner. So I tend to move. I apologize if I make you seasick, but we'll see how we go. So this is my hometown of Cape Town, and I work at New Somerset Hospital, which was actually the first hospital built in South Africa, purpose-built, and was actually the first teaching hospital of the university in South Africa. It is positioned in the waterfront, and so it's a really difficult place to work. But when it was first brought about, it didn't quite look the same, and this was when they were still constructing it back in 1806. But let's talk about this afternoon. Now, it's an interesting topic, and I must admit, I have to declare that I was a substitute. It was a topic that one of our esteemed colleagues had chosen, and he was unable to make it. And I must admit it was a very interesting topic. And so I'm literally hoping that whilst I know Prof. Kande is a great fan of soccer, I'm really hoping that I don't score an own goal when I go through this topic. And what we're going to be looking at this afternoon is the what if. We're going to be looking at the what if our gold standard of managing patients is not available. And I hate what if scenarios, but it's something that we do need to plan for. Because unfortunately, we don't all work in scenarios that are often portrayed in Hollywood. I have never been in the situation where I have been able to park my high-heeled shoes under a bed, or where martinis are brought to me in an on-call room. But the one thing that Hollywood has shown is that in a golden standard environment, anything can be done. Now, I'd like to ask a question. If I look around the room and I ask the question, who here has access to PCI in their facilities? Can I ask you to raise your hands? Hold them up high. Okay, so it's probably about 5% of people in the room. Can I ask you to keep, for those who put your hands up, keep them up for me? Nice and high, wave them. I'm old, I don't see so well anymore. Good. All right, keep them up. This is your calisthenics for the afternoon. Okay, keep your hands up. Now, for those of you who've got access to PCI on a 24-hour basis, or is it only during certain times? So we're looking, if I look around this room, thank you for your participation. If I look around this room, very few of us have actually got access to the gold standard in managing some of these cases. And so I'm going to talk through an approach. Now, for those of us who don't have PCI, thrombolysis does tend to be that savior of the universe. If we select it for the appropriate cases, and we select it for the appropriate individuals, it can certainly save lives. Now, if we think about the indications for thrombolysis, there are many applications. Some of them apply to acute cardiological emergencies, but there are many others that apply. So looking at the management of acute stroke, for instance, or for pulmonary embolism, or looking at peripheral vascular matters. But if we're looking at it specifically with regards to cardiological emergencies, they tend to become far more narrowed. So if we think about the concept of the acute coronary syndromes being a scale or a realm, a continuum, where it starts with something as simple as angina pectoris on the one side, it then progresses from angina, it will progress onto unstable angina. We'll then end up looking at something like a non-ST elevation myocardial infarction, and there we can make true interventions with regards to thrombolysis. We're looking at your true STEMIs. Now, if we look at this continuum, the spectrum of the acute coronary syndromes, the application of thrombolysis is actually in a rather small subgroup. And the reason for that is that not only do you have to have a STEMI diagnosed, you need to confirm that it is not one of the channelopathies that Prof. Brugada spoke through, that we often can mistake it for. We also need to look at things like, do we have access to PCI? And if we don't have immediate access, what time frame would we have access to? And there's been various timelines that have been postulated, but the suggestion is that if you don't have access to PCI within 2 hours, we should be proceeding with thrombolysis. Now, in the facility that I work, we do have a cath lab, but it doesn't operate on a 24-hour basis. And so, depending on the time of day, will change our approach to these cases. So time is an aspect. There are indications and contraindications that need to be applied from a patient perspective, and they need to meet the diagnostic criteria. And so it really is a very small subgroup. That very small subgroup of the acute coronary syndromes that can, in fact, be thrombolyzed. But now the problem that we often run into in these scenarios is that we use it as our base therapy. But if we are not able to access it for our patients, we start getting ourselves into a bit of a quandary. Because as you're aware in medicine, it's never as simple as a yes or a no. Because if we look at the things like the contraindications, and if there are absolute contraindications, that makes a lot of sense. And you'll see contraindications listed on thrombolytic checklists in many organizations and published in many journals, etc. Those are fairly finite. Those we can accept. The ones that pose quite a difficult thing for us are the relative contraindications. Because here, we are needing to apply our minds and balance risk. Balance the risk of an event occurring from the therapy that we are instituting versus the risk of a patient having a worse outcome from their primary pathology. And what it really does is that it ends up being a yes, a no, or a maybe. And it's the maybe group that gets us into a quandary. Because our decision making isn't binary. Our decision making and offering in emergency medicine is based on a lot of input with regards to how much information we've got at the time. And this can lead us to a vicious circle. We've got a patient who needs to be thrombolyzed, but meets a criterion that would be a contraindication. If we don't have access to PCI, what do we do? And if we look at all of the treatment protocols that have been published, it starts primary PCI is really the way to go. If you can't do that, then thrombolize. But now if you can't thrombolize, those patients should be going for PCI, but that's not available. And we end up getting ourselves into quite a vicious circle. I'm going to try and simplify this a little bit. And it's because I tend to operate best at 3 a.m., and when I'm operating at 3 a.m., I need to have things simple. So you've diagnosed a true ST elevation myocardial infarct. You ask yourself, do I have PCI available? And the 20 or 30 people in the room that have got PCI at their facility and have got easy access to it round the clock, that's the route that they will go. They will say to themselves, that's great, let's say yes, we've got PCI and we're going to proceed with PCI, and we know that that does have the greatest, better outcomes. So that's a green, that's good. The difficulty comes is that if our PCI is not available, and that is where we are needing to consider the thrombolysis. But before we can do that, we need to look at those contraindications. And again, it's not a yes or a no. If there are no contraindications, the decisions are easy. We can proceed with thrombolysis, and we need to do that as soon as possible to restore perfusion and save muscle. If the answer is yes, there are absolute contraindications, then we can't proceed with thrombolysis. And we'd have to consider them alternative maximal medical therapies to try and improve a patient's outcome, but we're not going to be able to save that muscle. But it's the middle group that often leads us to quite a bit of difficulty. And those are the maybes. And in that group of the maybes, we're needing to balance the risk. And I think this is where we find ourselves often in a position of difficulty. The green is the easy. The red is the easy. The difficult one is where we, as clinicians, are having to balance risk. Balancing the risk of an adverse outcome from our therapy versus the risk of an adverse outcome from the original pathology. And we can go round and round and round in ourselves trying to find a solution. But we know that in emergency medicine, there is something worse than a bad decision, and that is no decision. And that's often where we run ourselves into difficulties, that we're needing to make a decision with limited information at the time. And now there are a host of medical interventions, which I'm not going to be going into here. We can look at the antithrombotic therapies, the good old aspirin, to try and stop that clot getting any bigger or propagating elsewhere. We can look at other medical therapies in an attempt to try and limit the damage, or if there has been damage, to try and improve the outcome. But it all comes down to that balancing of risk. Now, in the international session earlier this morning, Eric Review spoke about the pressure keg of the emergency department, and he very kindly put my head in a pressure cooker. And so, with tribute to Eric Review, who presented earlier today, I think we need to take an approach that I'm going to give his nomenclature. We need to evaluate the risk, the indications, and the contraindications. So we need to do an ERIC. And if you think about it, we're reviewing those factors, and we can do an ERIC review, or rather, an ERIC review. We need to evaluate the patient, evaluate the risk, and then make a decision. And it needs to be timeous. The longer we wait, the greater the pathology. The maybe group is the most difficult one that we have to manage. It is non-binary. we take risk ourselves, but at the end of the day, the patient takes the ultimate risk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Baie dankie.
Dis 'n groot plesier, baie dankie.
Yes, thank you very much. I think we have time for the question or comment. Any question or comment for all speakers? Okay, we can start from Emre. We have question.
Hello, my name is Emre Atish from Karabük University. I have a question for Professor Brugada. Before your presentation, Professor Brugada, we had a patient who suffered long QT, and after we analyzed the ECG, we found that ECG axis was changing constantly. Is it a common sign of long QT syndromes, or is a bizarre thing?
Sorry, did you get the question? I'm sorry, did you get the question?
Sorry, could you just repeat that question? We were just struggling to
yes,
hear.
Yes. Before your presentation, we had a patient with long QT and VTAC. After we took the ECG, we found that ECG axis was changing constantly. So is it a common sign for the VTAC with long QT syndrome, or is it a bizarre thing?
I'm sorry, I'm having a reflux of the sound again. I'm getting close to it.
It's a personal consult.
Yes. I'm sorry. Before your presentation, we see a patient who had long QT and VTAC attacks. And after we took the ECG, we found that the ECG axis constantly changing. Is it a sign of the long QT channelopathies, or a bizarre thing?
What was the sign? What the?
Axis, ECG axis changing constantly.
Oh, the axis.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I'm sorry for that. No, the T wave, yes, but not the axis of the ECG. I mean, the axis of the ECG, if you mean the QRS complex axis, this is not a long QT sign. This is a conduction system disease sign. But if you have a changing in the axis of the T wave, then of course this is something that you should take into account, because it's clearly related to the repolarization. It is a very poor sign, normally indicates a very high risk.
Okay, thank you. And Iqbal, okay.
And thank you for all the professors for their great presentations. I want to add something about Professor Roger's questions about the PCI. I think we couldn't get the question, or we misunderstood. In our country, more than 90% of the patients from ST elevation MI, they are underwent to PCI. And I have a question for Professor Brugada. The patients are coming to emergency or emergency department for the syncope or loss of consciousness or chest pain, and we diagnosed Brugada syndrome. But even they are stable. Are all the Brugada syndrome patients must underwent to the ICD replacement before discharge, or can it be delayed?
Prof. Brugada?
Okay, so the first thing, we have to make sure that he has a Brugada. That's the first thing, okay? Why I say that? Because there are many patients that do have what we call a type 2 or type 3 ECG and not a type 1. And this should not be classified as Brugada. This is just an ECG which is suspicious, but it's not diagnostic, okay? So the first thing is that you need the type 1 ECG to make the diagnosis of Brugada. If the patient has a cardiogenic syncope, if the patient has had a cardiac arrest and has been recovered, of course, you have to do whatever you have to do, and probably the patient should be on a defibrillator before it leaves the hospital. If the patient has a cardiogenic syncope, so a syncope which is clearly cardiogenic with no prodromes, and you have a type 1 ECG, probably this is a patient that should receive an ICD. But be careful, because this is the minority of patients. The majority of patients who have a syncope or who have a chest pain or who have palpitations, and then they are diagnosed because they have a type 2 or type 3. Be careful. This is not yet a Brugada syndrome. This is not yet something that you have to treat as a Brugada. You have to do the test. Sometimes you have to do pharmacological tests to see whether you get the type 1 or not. And in our hands, you will always do an electrophysiological study to make sure that the patient is inducible before implanting the patient. You know that this is controversial in different departments, but we always do electrophysiological study.
If I could just, it pleases me greatly that you've got access in so many of your facilities to PCI. It's certainly not like that in other parts of the world, where we find that healthcare is very stratified, and cardiology, for instance, in the system that I work in, is considered a super specialty, and it's housed at the tertiary level hospitals. So it is a very small minority that will have primary PCI. And it's not only with regards to getting the patient to, and so if I look in working in the metropolis of Cape Town, we should be able to get a patient to a PCI suite within the necessary timeframes. The difficulty is that we've got large rural areas with long distances, and getting a patient to those facilities becomes problematic. I previously worked at Krisani Baragwanath Hospital, which is in a township called Soweto, a very large tertiary academic hospital, but with a cardiology department that I used to have to pull out of the emergency department because they would come hunting for patients to take to PCI. And what it meant is that none of my residents ever learned how to thrombolize because the cardiologists were so active, it's not a complaint, it's great for the patients. But when I move to, and our residents go to other places, they've never had the exposure to the difficulties that thrombolysis can have. And it's easy when it's a true yes or a true no. That's easy. It's making that maybe call, balancing the risk of the relative contraindications versus the risk of the patient actually dying from the myocardial infarct. And also the difficulties of which thrombolytic to choose. Do you go a fibrinolytic or a thrombolytic, or what is going to be best for the patient? It also comes down to finances. In my facility, we have limited access to the true alteplase or any of the TPIs, but we've got free access to streptokinase. And so it becomes that difficult scenario of not only deciding whether the patient should get thrombolized or not, but then which agent to do it with. And I think it thrills me that you've got such free access. May I ask just to sign who here has thrombolized myocardial infarct? Maybe that was a better question to have asked.
Okay, thank you, Roger.
Okay.
Any another question or comment? Yes, Dr. Ayman, please.
Thanks, Dr. Borogada, for this excellent presentation. Do you know sudden cardiac death is a disaster, actually, and it's common in poor country like South Asian. Do you have any recommendation to have a screening plan, for example, in the school, for the student to screen for ECG to pick up who has the channelopathy, and is this any patient who has channelopathy, the ECG finding, it's present since birth or it changed with the age? From this, we can know what age we can screen if it is possible. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a very good question. That's one of my fights with administration and politicians, is that everybody should have at least one ECG performed during lifetime. I'm a teacher, professor in the university, and I always ask my people in the room, I will say how many they are, 22, 23 years old, my students, and I always ask them, how many of you have ever had an ECG? And it's always less than 50%. And these are medical students. So imagine in the normal population that is even less. So I've been fighting, and I keep fighting for the possibility that everybody has one ECG performing live that will detect, of course, Wolff Parkinson White, long QT, short QT, Brugada. I might suspect hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, rhythm disturbances, whatever, you know. It's cheap, it's easy, it's innocuous, it's without complication. I do myself in the area where I live, which is an area of about 50,000 inhabitants in the north of Barcelona. I do every year an ECG to every single boy and girl in the school at age 14. Okay. Why 14? I don't know it very well. I decided some years ago, but I don't know very well why I decided 14 and not 16 and not 12. Probably 14 because there are diseases like hypertrophic cardiomyopathy that the abnormal ECG is only visible at a certain age when the heart is already big enough. It's true that you might miss some patients with some conditions before that, but normally if this is a patient with a genetic disease, normally you have some suspicion in the family, and then of course you do the ECG. But as a general screening, I think 14 is a good age. If you only have one bowel, you only have one in your life, I would say 14. If I have 10, then I would say at 2, at 10, at 20. But if you only have one bowel, I would say 14 is a good age. But I don't know why, but that's my feeling.
May I ask, in those screenings, how frequently do you pick up issues with these children?
Okay, so we do about 500 ECGs per year, okay? The first thing that is very curious is that 12% of the parents do not allow us to do an ECG on their child, which is something incredible for me. I still don't understand, you know. Say, look, this is free, I will do it, there is no problem. So, of course, we ask for a small record on medication or symptoms, family history, etc. And then authorization of the fathers to do the ECG. And 12%, every year, 12% say no, which I do not understand, but that's okay. Then, on the 88% that we do, which is about 500 per year, we found 3% of ECGs which are suspicious of something, which are, let's say, not normal. And then, of course, we exclude here incomplete right bundle branch block and things like that. We don't care about that. So, abnormal. And then in this 3%, basically what we do is an echocardiogram, sometimes a Holter, sometimes a stress test, but basically an echocardiogram. And finally, we find 0.7% of ECGs that have something which is really abnormal, which does not mean that requires treatment, okay? But that they are normal and the patients should be followed up every year, whatever. So it's about between 3 and 4 ECGs per year, or patients per year, that has something that should be followed. Of course, we found Wolff Parkinson White, which is asymptomatic. We found some long QT. We found some suspicion of cardiac hypertrophy, or patients that do have a lot of extrasystoles, ventricular extrasystoles, and then you have to follow them. We had one with a suspicion of how you call that, abnormal coronary artery that we could suspect on the ECG, and it had to be operated, so we found things.
If you take those numbers and extrapolate them to a country's population, those become huge.
Sure.
And those are numbers of lives that could be saved.
Yeah, but if you do that, it is like Why should you not do that once in lifetime? You know? And we're doing at 14, but maybe when you get your driving license, whatever. At some moment that the majority of people do, not the military service, which was before, because now there is no obligatory military service, so you cannot have it. And of course, you will find things, and you will find things that you might, see every year new patients coming, or patients that should be suspected of something, and of course you will have to do echoes and stress tests and whatever. That's true. That's prevention.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Urgada.
Thank you.
And we finished the time, and we have to give very 10 minutes, only 10 minutes. After 10 minutes we will come again for Satellite Symposium. Arkadaşlar 10 dakika sonra uydu sempozyumu sadece bu salonda var. Çekiliş yapacağız. İsimlerinizi yazdırın. İstediğinizi veriyoruz çekilişte ona göre. Tamam. Thank you very much. burada bize verdiğiniz destek, kongrenin bir parçası olmak, burada bulunmak, hepsi her şekilde bize güç veriyor. İşte bu güç veren şeylerden birisi de uydu sempozyumlarımız. Bugün kardiyolojiyle başladık, kardiyolojiyle devam edeceğiz. Biliyorsunuz akut koroner sendromlar acil tıbbın en önemli kısımlarından birini oluşturuyor ve bizim uzun dönemde baktığımız acil vakalarında büyük oran kardiyolojik aciller olabiliyor. Yani %20'nin üzerinde, %25'in üzerinde gerçek acil vakalar için söylüyorum. Kardiyolojik aciller oluyor ve bunlara müdahale ederken çok daha dikkatli olmamız lazım. Çünkü gerçekten iyi tedavi, iyi sonuç. Yanlış, eksik tedavi, kötü sonuç çok belirgin olan bir hasta grubu. İşte bu önemli sendromda çok önemli bir tedavi, eski bir dostu inceleyeceğiz. Şimdi eskiden bilirler, filmler, bilmiyorum, bir Mehmet Hoca var benim bilen, bir de Zeynep Hoca, Zeynep Hoca küçük bize göre de, o eski filmler olur ya Yeşilçam'da, göğsü ağrırdı, bir tane cebinden bir teneke çıkardı, sarı teneke. Üstünde ne yazar onun bilir misiniz? İşte bilene ödül vereyim. Efendim? Firma olmaz ama firma söylemesin, o bilir. Trinitrin, sarı bir kutu. Nitrattı yani, trinitrat. Onu alırdı, iyileşirdi. Şimdi o dönem bitti. Ondan sonra spreyler geldi ya. Spreyler çok avantajlıydı bizim için. Filmlerde yer almadılar ama iyiydiler. Sonra spreyler ortadan gidince biz tablete kaldık. Şimdi yeniden hani popüler olma, daha doğrusu yeniden önümüze gelme şansı yakaladık. Onlarla ilgili de güzel bir sunum olacak. Profesör Doktor Zeynep Gökçen Çakır alkışlarınızla kürsüye davet ediyorum.
Daha fazla adım olsun diye biraz uzağa oturdum. Sahneye çıkmam zaman aldı. O arada adımlarımı da saymaya devam ediyorum. Ben kazanacağım inşallah diyorum. İndirdiniz mi uygulamayı? Evet, Başar Hocam zaten neredeyse benim anlatacaklarımı anlatıp bitirdi. Ben de size yine de kısa etkili nitratlarla, Başar Hocam'ın dediği gibi o eski dostla ilgili bir şeyler söylemek istiyorum. Yani çağları deviren, çağları yıkan, yeni çağ açan, orta çağın karanlığını sona erdiren kara barutun icadından sonraki en önemli kimyasal icat, ilk kullanışlı patlayıcı olarak icat edilmiş bir madde, gliseril trinitrat veya trinitrogliserin dediğimiz madde. İtalyan kimyager Sobrero bunu icat ediyor. İlk patlayıcıyı geliştiriyor ve kendisine progliserina diyor bu madde için. Ama daha sonra Barış Ödülü'yle tanıdığımız İsveçli kimyager Nobel bu patlayıcıya çok büyük bir ilgi duyuyor ve en büyük gelişmeleri Nobel'in şirketi kaydediyor ve bu patlayıcıdan bir dinamit icat ediyor. Bu patlayıcıdan dinamit icat ediyor çünkü hem savaşların hem teknolojide hem sağlıkta en önemli gelişmelerin yaşandığı bir yüzyıl. Çok önemli gelişmelerin olduğu bir yüzyıl. Ve sağlıkta da aynı şekilde, aynı teknolojide olduğu gibi daha fazla ne yapabilirim, yeni ne üretebilirim çabaları var. Bir İngiliz doktor bu trinitrogliserini inceliyor ve bundan ne için kullanabilirim sorusunu kendisine soruyor. Ama ondan önce Alfred Nobel, Sobrero'nun bu icadından dinamiti icat ediyor demiştik ve İsveç'te ilk dinamit fabrikasını kuruyor. Maalesef kardeşini dinamit kazasında kaybediyor, kendi erkek kardeşini dinamit kazasında kaybediyor ve ondan sonra ilk nitrogliserin fabrikasını Almanya'da açıyor ve sonra da Amerika'ya sandıklarla tren yolu yapımları için Amerika'ya sevk ediyor. İşte Red Kit hikayelerine nitrogliserinin konu olması bu nitrogliserinin Amerika yolculuğuyla başlıyor. Epey bir zaman geçtikten sonra daha birkaç sene önce Beyrut'ta yaşadığımız o kanlı patlamanın sebebinin de yine nitrogliserin olduğunu söyleyip insanoğlunun bu patlayıcı icadının, bu büyük keşfinin nasıl sağlığımıza faydalı bir şeye döndüğüne geçmek istiyorum. İlk kez William Murrell tarafından 1878 yılında anjina krizlerini tedavi etmek için kullanıldı ve aynı yılda Murrell bunu yayınladı, duyurdu. 1896'da ölümünden hemen önce de Nobel bir arkadaşına yazdığı mektupta, ki mektubu görüyorsunuz, orijinal halinin fotoğrafını da buldum. Dahilen kullanmam için bana nitrogliserin reçete edilmiş olması kaderin bir cilvesi anlamına gelen bir arkadaşına mektup yazıyor. Çünkü bu olaydan, özellikle de kardeşinin ölmesinden zaten çok etkilenmiştir Nobel. Nobel Barış Ödülü'nün de bu yüzden konulduğu söylenir. İnsanoğlunun bu patlayıcı icadı 130 yıl süren, Başar Hocam'ın söylediği gibi çok eski bir dost kazanmamıza sebep oldu. Tıp dünyasının çok eski bir dost kazanmasına sebep oldu ve güçlü bir vazodilatatör olarak şimdiye kadar tıp camiasındaki yerini aldı. Nitrik oksit üzerinden salgıladığı yıllar, bu vazodilatasyon yapan maddeyi nitrik oksit üzerinden salgıladığını yıllardır biliyoruz ama 2002 yılına kadar hala bu konuda gelişmeler o kadar cazip ve incelemeler o kadar fazlaydı ki 2002 yılında da aldehit dehidrogenazın buna sebep olan mitokondriyal enzim olduğu keşfedildi. Kabaca organik ve non-organik nitratlar olmak üzere ayırıyoruz. Bugün üzerine en çok duracağımız gliseril trinitrat, nitrogliserin organik bir nitrattır arkadaşlar. Dediğim gibi nitrik oksit üzerinden yapar vazodilatatör etkisini ve guanilat siklaz bu dönüşümde rol oynar. Düz kas çeperinde endotel hücrelerinin yüzeyinde meydana gelen bu enzimin indüklediği reaksiyonla nitrik oksit salınır ve vazodilatatör etki gelişir. Nitrogliserin nitrik oksit üretimini tetikleyerek veya onun eylemlerini taklit ederek birçok özelliğe sebep olur. Damarları genişletici birçok özelliğe sebep olur veya bizim istediğimiz vazodilatatör etkiyi sağlayacak birçok farklı eylem yapar. Bunlardan bir tanesi zaten bildiğimiz nitrik oksit üzerinden yaptığı doğrudan vazodilatasyon. Vazokonstrüksiyonu inhibe ederek dolaylı bir vazodilatasyon da yapar. Ayrıca vasküler endotolyuma trombosit salınımını engelleyerek antitrombotik etki de yapar. Antienflamatuar etkiyi lökositlerin vasküler endotolyuma yapışmasını engelleyerek yapar ve aynı zamanda antiproliferatif etkisi de vardır. Anjinadaki, daha doğrusu akut koroner sendromlardaki yolculuğumuza Başar Hocam zaten ufak bir giriş yaparak başladı. Bu konudaki en son kılavuzdan aldığım bir cümle ile ben de sunumun en can alıcı bölümüne başlamak istiyorum. Nitratlar yalnızca arterleri ve arteriyolleri genişletmekle kalmayıp aynı zamanda seçici venöz dilatasyonunu da indükledikleri için hem art yükü hem de ön yükü azaltan benzersiz vazodilatatörlerdir diyor. En son 2020'de yayınlanan Avrupa Kalp Cemiyeti'nin kılavuzunda, akut koroner sendrom kılavuzunda. Bu özelliklerini de ve çok kullanışlı bir preparat, farklı farmakolojik şekillere girme özelliğine sahip tablet formu, sublingual tablet formu, ayrıca transdermal formu, sprey formu, birçok farmakolojik yapıya da ticari şekle dönüşme özelliğine de sahip çok kullanışlı bir preparat. Bugünkü konumuz aslında kısa etkili nitratların acil serviste kullanımlarıyla alakalı. Tabii ki en önemli yeri de akut koroner sendromlar burada teşkil ediyor. Ana kullanım alanlarımız. Çok yeni bir çalışma, Türkiye çapında yapılmış geniş çaplı TÜRKMÜ çalışmasında bizim toplumumuzda en yaygın akut koroner sendrom bulgularının tipik göğüs ağrısı ve dispine olduğu vurgulanır. İşte nitrogliserinlerin çalıştığı ana yerde burasıdır. Tipik göğüs ağrısı ve dispineyi düzeltmek için çalışırlar. Gördüğünüz gibi şöyle kabaca size bir antianjinal ilaçları sınıflamış oldum. Nitrogliserinden hala 130 yıl geçmesine rağmen burada çok önemli bir madde olarak yerlerini alıyorlar. Farmakolojik ajan olarak yerlerini alıyorlar. Ve hala 2022 yılına geldiğimiz zaman hala daha nitrogliserinle ilgili review'lar, çalışmalar yapılacak kadar da önemli bir yeri var. Kardiyolojik özellikle olaylarda ve birçok tıpla ilgili birçok alanda çok önemli bir yeri olan ilacımız. Acil serviste kullanımıyla ilgili aslında tabii ki akut koroner sendromlar ve şimdi sıralayacağımız birçok nitrogliserinin etkili olduğu tıbbi durum acil serviste gerçekleştiği için, ilk başvuru yeri acil servis olduğu için aslında nitrogliserinin de en çok kullanılacağı yerler acil servislerdir. Yine işte az evvel sunduğum çalışmadan aldığım bir bölüm diyor ki özellikle semptomların başlangıcından sonraki ilk 10 gün içinde mortalite başta olmak üzere erken kullanımın ne kadar erken başlarsa nitrogliserin kullanımı o kadar fazla etki eder. O kadar çok etki eder. Burada erken kullanımın altını çizmek istiyorum. Ne kadar erken başlanabilirse bu erkenlik saniyelerle, dakikalarla ölçülen bir erkenlik düzeyi. Onu saniyeleri, dakikaları geçtiğiniz zaman da günler içerisinde başlanabilmesi, mesela stabil anjinada bir an evvel reçete ediliyor olabilmesi çok çok önemli. Eskiden kullanıldığı, artık kullanılmadığı bir yer var güncel kılavuzların vurgu yaptığı. O da tanı amaçlı kullanımı. Eskiden göğüs ağrısının tipik vasfını değerlendirmek için nitrogliserin verilip eğer nitrogliserine cevap veriyorsa bu ağrının koroner sendrom olduğu yönünde, koroner arterlerden kaynaklandığı yönünde bir genel kanı oluşurken daha sonra özofagus üzerinde de özellikle özofagus spazmlarının da aynı şekilde nitratlara iyi cevap verdiği görüldüğü zaman bu ayırt edici özelliğinin olmadığı ve tanı koyma amaçlı kullanılmaması son kılavuzlarda özellikle vurgulanıyor. Bu görmüş olduğunuz 2014'ün AHA kılavuzu halihazırda 2020 en taze kılavuz 2020'de ESC'nin yayınladığı kılavuzdur ve Klas 1C bir öneri olarak sublingual veya IV nitrat kullanımını erken başlatılmasını çok şiddetle önerir. Herhangi bir kontraindikasyon yoksa der. Sınıf 1C oldukça yüksek bir öneri düzeyi bildiğiniz gibi. Ve hemen algoritmanın başında burada gördüğünüz gibi antianjinal tedavi olarak ağrının tedavi edilmesinde nitrogliserin yine tedavide yer alır ESC'deki akut koroner sendrom algoritmasında. Bu çalışmanın önemi benim için şu, burada yer almasının sebebi, sizlere sunmamın sebebi şu. Bu çalışma nitrogliserin dil altı spreyin 5. dakikasında, kullanımının 5. dakikasında hastaların %48'inde koroner dilatasyon yaparak iskemi bölgesinde reperfüzyon ile hasar oluşumunu gerilettiğini iddia etti. O yüzden benim için önemli. Güzel de planlanmış, güzel yapılmış bir çalışma. Tek merkezli, çift kör, prospektif, plasebo kontrollü bir çalışma. Ve 96 hasta sayısı da az değil böyle bir çalışma için. Dolayısıyla 5. dakikada hastaların yarısında neredeyse ciddi etkili olabilecek bir vazodilatasyon olduğuna vurgu yaptı. Ve tabii bu şekilde de Circulation'da yayınlanma hakkını elde etti. Bir review konuyla ilgili bunu şunun için koydum. Oral kullanım dozları için net bir öneri bulunmamakta diyor bu review'da. Biz IV dozlardan yola çıkarak oral dozları tahmin yoluyla buluyoruz diye hatta bir iddiada bulunuyor. Fakat klasik kaynaklara geçmiş, klasik review'larda, kitaplarda yer alan dozlarımız aslında belli. Translingual spreyde gördüğünüz gibi doz 400 mikrogram sprey 1-2 metreden puflanacak şekilde 5 dakikada bir tekrarlanabilecek şekilde ağrı iyileşinceye kadar verilebilir. Sublingual sprey için söylüyorum. Acildeki önemli kullanım alanlarından bir tanesi de acilin yine mayor hasta gruplarından birinde akut hipertansif kalp yetmezliği ve pulmoner ödemde tabii ki. Bildiğiniz gibi akut hipertansif tedavi ve pulmoner ödem, akut hipertansiyon ve pulmoner ödemin tedavisinde, temel farmakolojik tedavisinde vazodilatatör ve diüretikleri kullanırız. İşte nitrogliserin burada vazodilatatör olarak önemli bir rol oynar. Çünkü neydi? Az evvel gösterdiğimiz o kılavuzda yer alan cümleyle, vurucu cümleyle hem ön yükü hem art yükü azaltacak vurucu bir vazodilatatör etkisi vardı. Ve kalp yetmezliği belirtisi olan kişilerde oldukça faydalıydı. Bu da yüksek doz nitrat kullanımının düşük mekanik ventilasyon, düşük endotrakeal entübasyon yapılma ihtiyacı, kan basıncında iyileşme, miyokard hasarında azalma, hastanede kalış süresini kısaltma ve yoğun bakımda kalma süresini kısaltma ya da yoğun bakım ihtiyacını azaltma gibi kriterlerin iyiliğiyle alakalı olduğunu vurgulayan bir yayın. Ve yüksek doz IV nitrat kullanımının altını çiziyor. Fakat ben bu yüksek doza bir de erken kullanımın vurgusunu yapmak istiyorum. Ne kadar erken o kadar iyi diyen bir makaleyi de sizinle paylaşmıştım. Bir an evvel başlanmasının bu açıdan da yanınızda olmasının ve hemen kullanılabilmesinin, Başar Hocam'ın anlattığı Türk filmi sahnesi benim gözümün önünde. Çok da aradım aslında buraya görsel olarak koyabilmek için ama bulamadım. O beyaz saçlı amca cebinden işte ilacını çıkartıyor ve kısa süre içerisinde toparlıyor. Çok da aradım buraya koyabilmek için, bulamadım. Çok dramatik ve kısa sürede başlandığı zaman çok belirgin etkisi olan bir ilaç olduğu için bir an evvel başlanılması yüksek doz kadar önemli. O yüzden ben bu yayının yaptığı yüksek doz vurgusuna ve bir an evvel diye de bir etki faktörünü eklemek istiyorum. Bunun için de sublingual uygulama şeklinin hastanın cebinde taşınabilmesi, acil servislerde, prehospital ambulanslarda bulundurulması, bir an evvel kullanılabilmeye başlaması açısından bir artı değer olduğunun altını çizmek istiyorum. Bu sublingual tabletlerin burada kullanım dozunu görüyorsunuz bu hastalarda. Bu iki çalışmada yani özellikle hem prehospital hem de acil servislerde yüksek dozun diğer farmakolojik ajanlara bir üstünlüğü var mı? Yani zaten belirgin, kendisini ispatlamış bir tedavidir nitrogliserin kalp yetmezliğinde, ama yüksek dozun acaba burada ekstra bir etkinliği var mı? Bunu vurgulayan makaleler. Evet, peki aort diseksiyonu ve anevrizması yine mayor kardiyaklarımızdan, korkulu kardiyak hadiselerimizden bir tanesi acil servis için. Biliyorsunuz tipik olarak tip A ascendant ve tip B descendant diseksiyonlar başlıca diseksiyon tiplerimiz. Tip A tamamen cerrahi bir diseksiyon tipi, ama tip B'de başlangıçta süreç medikal olarak yönetilebilir. İşte bu medikal tedavi hasarlı aort duvarındaki kan basıncını azaltmaya ve hemodinamik stabiliteyi sağlama amacına yönelik olacağı için burada bir vazodilatatörün işimize yarayabileceğini kabaca tahmin edebiliriz. Bu guideline'da aort diseksiyonu ile ilgili guideline'da önceliğin labetalol ve ezmolol gibi beta blokerlerde olduğunu, çünkü aynı zamanda hem kalp debisini azalttığını, sol ventrikül hızını azalttığını ve refleks taşikardileri önlediğini, nitrogliserin veya nitroprusit gibi vazodilatatörlerin nikardipin veya klevidipinlerin ardından eklenebileceğini tedaviye vurguluyor diseksiyon kılavuzunda. Acildeki mümkün kullanım alanlarından bir tanesi, yani çok mayor kullandığımız, elimizin alışkanlığı olan bir alan olmasa bile preeklamsi ve eklamsinin sebep olduğu hipertansif durumlarda kullanabileceğimiz yönünde bir takım bulgular var. Tabii ki sizin de bildiğiniz gibi preeklamsi, eklamsinin asıl tedavisi bebeğin ve plasentanın doğurtulmasıdır. Fakat bu arada da anne ve bebek için bir risk dengesi gözetilir. En uygun doğum zamanı seçilmeye çalışılır. Doğum eyleminin başlatılması ile ilgili bir takım özellikler vardır. Ve biliyorsunuz ki oldukça mortal de seyredebilecek bir hastalık olduğu için bazen çok ciddi kararlar vermek gerekir. Bu arada antihipertansiflerle yönetmek durumunda olduğumuz klinik durumda hidralazin, labetalol, lifedipidin gibi antihipertansifleri kullanabiliyoruz. Preeklamsi özellikle kardiyojenik pulmoner ödemle komplike hale geldiyse, oradaki hipertansiyon kardiyojenik pulmoner ödemle komplike hale geldiyse, o zaman nitrogliserin bir olası tedavi seçeneği olarak aklımızda yer edebilir. Normalde çok birinci basamak tercih ettiğimiz bir tedavi seçeneği değil. Bunu ilginç bulduğum için burada yer almasını istedim. Çok yakın zamanda bir Cochrane derlemesi nitrogliserinin tokolitik olarak kullanımını araştırmış ve nitrogliserinin erken doğum eylemi için uterus kasılmasını da önleyebileceğini, özofagus düz kas üzerindeki etkilerinden dolayı mesela özofagus kasılmalarını önlediğinden bahsetmiştik. Aynı şekilde uterus kasılmasını da önleyebileceğini öngördü ve bunun üzerine bir derleme yayınlıyorlar. Bu özelliği açısından diğer tokolitiklerden daha üstün değil. Fakat nitrogliserinin yan etkileri, olumsuz etkileri daha az olduğu için yine de kullanılabileceği yönünde kafamızda bir işaret oluşuyor. Burada gördüğünüzde pardon, ne yaptık? Dozlarla devam ederken tabii ki.
Evet, alttakinden.
Evet, yanlış yerde kaldığım için. Burada da dozlarını, eklamsi ve preeklamsideki dozlarını görüyoruz. Son olarak acil serviste hipertansif inmelerde, ensefalopatide ve sempatik krizlerde acaba kullanılabilir mi? Ne derece yeri var? En çok çalışma, bu konuda en çok çalışma prehospital alanda, özellikle de kanaması olan hastalarda, hemorajik stroke olan hastalarda gliseril trinitratın daha etkili olabileceği, yüksek doz kullanılması, IV kullanılması durumunda etkinliğinin olabileceği konusunda çok sayıda çalışma var. Fonksiyonel sonuçlara fayda sağlayabileceği ile ilgili bir takım veriler var. Fakat yani nitrogliserinin hipertansif ensefalopatiyi tedavi etmek için tercih edeceğimiz bir antihipertansif olduğunu gösteren çok güçlü elimizde kanıtlar yok. Sempatik deşarj konusunda da kokain kötüye kullanımının sebep olduğu koroner vazospazm hariç sempatik hiçbir krizde nitrogliserinin yeri yok. Sonuç olarak ben şunu söyleyebilirim. Birçok farmakolojik molekülün aksine zaman geçtikçe modası geçeceğine, değerden düşeceğine, değer kazanan 130 yıldan beri devam eden kullanımımızda olan sarsılmaz bir yeri olan bir molekülden bahsediyoruz. Ve bu molekül sublingual sprey formuyla kolay taşınır, çok çabuk elde edilir. Yanınızda taşıyabileceğiniz, o anda yanınızda olabilen bir form halinde çok özel bir kullanım alanı sunar size diyorum ve çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Evet, çok teşekkür ederiz güzel sunum için. Tabii konu hepimizi ilgilendiren çok önemli bir konu. Çünkü hepimiz kullanıyoruz nitratları. Hatta bir ara son slaytlardan nitrat hipertansif ensefalopatide de kullanmaya başlandı tekrar diye kafam karıştı. Sonra şey yaptık, yani hızla değişiyor, bir kullanıyoruz bir kullanmıyoruz. Ama özellikle sprey formu bu konu daha gündemimize geldi. Biz de bunu anlatalım istedik. Burada şimdi yönetici pozisyonda hocalarımız var, dekanlarımız burada. Hem Mehmet hocamız hem de Ayhan hoca da geldi, sağ olsunlar. Şimdi biz bunların acil servislerde kullanımını destekliyoruz. Mehmet hocam, ben bu konuda aslında 112'nin işte genel müdürlükle görüşüp ambulanslarda olmasını, çünkü prehospital alanda da dediniz değil mi? Olmasının uygun olduğunu düşündüğümü ifade ettim. Ne dersiniz, ambulanslarda kullanılsın mı bu açık. Hastane öncesi?
Tabii ki, yani Türk filmi sahnelerinde kullanıldığına göre bundan yıllar önce çok
ben prehospital'la ilgili makaleleri özellikle de koydum Mehmet abi, bu konudan bahis açarız diye. Ambulanslarda kullanımıyla özellikle şimdi, acil servislerde zaten bulunması
Zeynep
lazım.
hocam, şöyle bir şey de var ama acil önce deneyimleyecek, öne çıkartacak. Yani bizde işler öyle yürür. Yani bizim önce acil serviste bir defa nitratlara ihtiyacımız var. O yüzden sayın dekanlarımıza iletiyorum. Bir defa acile alalım. Acilde olduktan sonra bu kullanım deneyimini biz mutlaka ambulanslara yansıtmamız lazım. Yani Ambulanslar acilden aldığı bilgilerle hareket edebilir. O yüzden direkt onlara şunu kullanın demeden önce bizim acilde önce bir şeyimiz olsun da kullanım alanımız olsun. Ondan sonra oluşturalım diye istiyoruz ama her halükarda sprey kullanımının avantajlı olduğunu görüyoruz. Nitratların kullanımının herkesin bir deneyimi var. IV nitrogliserin kullanmayan yoktur aramızda acilci olduğumuz için. Bir de böyle alternatif formların çıkması çok iyi. Soru katkı alabiliriz salondan. Pek soru katkı yoksa biz soralım falan diyormuşum. O zaman çekilişi getirin bari. Çekiliş yok mu? Kimse sormuyor. Çekiliş yapalım. Nitratlar tanıdık. Onu da söyledim. Bak bu soruya ödül ver. Trinitrin de hatırladın mı Mehmet Hocam? O sarı kutu. Bir de o şey vardı. Yaşlı amca alıyordu böyle göğsüne alıp iyileşiyordu hemen. Şimdi arkadaşlar ben bunu karıştırıyorum. Ondan sonra bir tane isim çekeceğim. Emine Aykol. Emine Aykol burada mı? Yok, şansını kaybetti maalesef, üzgünüm. Bence ikinci şans. Emine Aykol yok. Ona da söyleyeyim biraz içi yansın. Derste olmadı. Şimdi şunu çekiyoruz. Bir dakika, şu geldi. Bunu okuma şansım yok ya. Şimdi soyadı Değer ama. Soyadı Değer.
Rabia Değer olabilir mi?
Rabia mı? Vay, Rabia Değer. Evet, alkışlarımızla. Tamam Rabia, ne istiyorsun? Sen böyle bir kura gördün mü? Bak, ne istiyorsun? Ona bırakalım.
Vay, çok güzel.
Yani hocam haddimi aşmazsam az evvel Menderes abiyle standın başında konuşurken ATLS kılavuzunu gördüm, biz satmıyoruz dedi. Satar mı, ne yapar bilmiyorum. Efendim?
Çok da mütevazi bir isteği var. ATLS kılavuzunu
yani ilk aklıma gelen oydu diye.
Tamam, ATLS kılavuzu içeren bir kitap istiyorsunuz. Tamam, anladık. Ama çok mütevazisiniz. Ben de daha doğrusu bunlar
kursunu isteyebilirim ama yani ilk aklıma geldi.
Bir şey soracağım. Rabia, öncelikle cevap şöyle. Hocam canınızın sağlığını isteriz diye bir cevap oluyor. Bunları öğretelim asistanlarımıza. Önce can sağlığı. Evet. Şimdi Rabia Hanım'a o zaman ATLS kılavuzu içeren bir kitap istediniz. Tamam, bunu temin edeceğiz.
Bence kongre falan istiyordu.
Ben kitabını kendi adresine gönderebilirim.
Tamam. Becet Hoca sponsor oldu kitap. Becet Hoca mı gelmiş? O Becet Hoca mı?
Odur, evet.
Galiba
Tamam, hoş geldin hocam. Becet Hoca size kitap gönderecekmiş. Tamam. O zaman siz başka bir şey isteyin.
Behçet Hocam ATLS kursu hediye etsin Rabia'ya.
Tamam.
Neyse
yok, başka bir şey yok artık. Başka bir şey yok. Evet.
Teşekkür ederim hocam, sağ olun.
Becet Hocam, siz baklava yollasanız daha iyi olmaz mıydı? Neyse. Evet. Becet Hoca da geldi, renklenecek tabii. Kongremiz biraz daha renklenecek. Evet Mehmet Hocam, buyurun. Sayın Dekanım, buyurun.
Şimdi bir devlet büyüğümüz bir seçim sonrası yüksek oy alması nedeniyle bir şehre geldiğinde ben de ne dilerseniz diye söylediğinde şehir halkı demiş ki ya sizin sağlığınız Rabia da biraz öyle oldu ama buna cesurca şey yapmak lazım. Behçet Hoca herhalde onu tamamlayacak.
Evet. Tamam, ben de huzurunuza ATLS kursunu arkadaşımıza hediye ediyorum. Tamam.
Teşekkür ederim hocam, sağ olun.
Becet Hocam, yanlış anlamadıysam siz hediye ediyorsunuz. Bizi karıştırmıyorsunuz değil mi? Tamam. Evet. Tamam. Tamam. Becet Hoca hediye ediyor, tamam. Ona göre. Tamam, peki. Teşekkürler arkadaşlar. Şimdi arkadaşlar, bugün performansınız için teşekkür ediyorum. Burada olduğunuz için teşekkür ediyorum. Daha fazla vaktinizi almayalım. Diğer şeye geçelim. Ama bakın, bugün Avustralya'dan gelen bir konuğumuz var. Kaç saatte geliniyor? En uzak uçuş herhalde Yeni Zelanda ve Avustralya. Yani lütfen arkadaşlarımız, özellikle buradaki arkadaşlar öyle hani bu ne demek istediğimi hemen anlıyorsunuz. Bu misafirlerimize bilimsel saygımızı gösterelim. Ve burada onları dinlemeye çalışalım. Gerçekten elimizden geldiğini biliyorum. Bu çalışkan bir ekip var. Her tarafa koşturuyorsunuz. Bildiriler, A salonu, B salonu. Bir de diğer ekip var. Ona da bir o havuza, bir diğer havuza, bir şunun da tadına bakalım. Bir de şuraya bakalım. Ama ne yapalım? Biz böyleyiz işte. Onlar öyle, biz böyle. Bu taraf onun. Tamam. Biz eninde sonunda kazanan çalışan olur diye düşünüyoruz. Onlar da yadırgamıyoruz. Yani ne yapsınlar? Onlar da bir şekilde şey yapıyor. Ama artık buraya da önem verelim. Hemen yani B salonunda, C salonunda gitmek zorunda olanlar gitsin. Sayın hocam, başka bir soru gelmiyor anladığım kadarıyla. O zaman sizi de yormayalım. Teşekkür ediyoruz. Farmetik firmasına teşekkürlerimizi iletiyoruz. Ayrıca bu ürünü Türkiye'ye kazandırmanız da bizim için büyük mutluluk verici. Siz bakmayın, biz bunun peşini bırakmayız. Biz onu ambulanslara falan isteriz. Su sağlık için önemli yani, sizden bağımsız olarak. Biz bunun tecrübesini biliyoruz. İnsanlarımız için bunu isteyeceğiz, merak etmeyin sonuna kadar. Tabii burada bir sürü öğrencimizi de yerleştirdik oraya, biliyorsunuz. Onlar da yardımcı olacaktır bakanlıkta. Evet arkadaşlar, 4'te diğer sunuma geçiyoruz ve bugünkü son iki sunumumuz, burada da yabancılar, kalabilen arkadaşların burada kalmasını istiyoruz. Hatta burada kalanlara sürekli şey yapalım, sürekli çekiliş yapalım. Madem birini de Becet Hoca verdi, burada kalanlara bir çekiliş daha yapacağız. Ama kaldıktan sonra. Teşekkür
opportunity, and I welcome you all to MCon 2022, which will be happening from November 24 to 27th in India, in Trivandrum. It's a God's own country, it's called us, so welcome you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor, for interesting lecture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker will be by Dr. Ahmed Dhoum. Dr. Ahmed is a Lieutenant Colonel in the Royal Medical Services, emergency consultant, European and France, emergency fellowship, Louis Pasteur University, ICU and critical care training, Basket University, director of NIMSIC. He will speak about the role of the NIMSIC Training Center at Royal Medical Services to improve the quality of the emergency medicine. From Jordan. Thank you, Dr.
Good afternoon. It gives me a great pleasure to be among you. Thank you, IBAD colleagues, for invitation. And thank you, Professor Bashar, also, and the organizing committee. It's give me honor and great to introduce my organization, Jordanian Royal Medical Services, in a few slides. As you see, we have around 24,000 Royal Medical Service personnel, 11 or 12 institute and military hospitals, 4 military hospitals. Our Royal Medical Service mission, it's multi-focus organization working under the mission of providing, improving and developing efficient by optimal using of available resources. As I informed, the RMS Jordanian rules, military rule, national rule, international humanitarian rule, crisis and disaster management. Our Royal Medical Service structure, we have around 12 hospitals from north to south, east to west, 6 field hospital, 4 military battalion hospital. This is our King Hussein Medical City, the largest and most disciplinary medical institution in Jordan. It contains around 6 special hospitals and preventive medicine, also nuclear medicine and ophthalmology center. The capacity of beds around 1,400 beds. Also, we have 4 military academy, Prince Muna Royal Medical Service College and Institute Biomedical, and my National Emergency Medical Service Training Center. With pleasure to share with you our experience. I am the director of the National Emergency Medical Service Educational Center at the Royal Medical Services, and how we have the courses to increase the efficiency for emergency physicians. Our vision, excellence and leadership nationally, regionally and globally. Our mission to provide state-of-the-art training program that keep evidence-based guidelines through optimal use of available resources, including well-qualified instructors, modern technology and appropriate setting. In 2009, our training center, NIMSIC, was accredited by American Heart Association, and we started to conduct basic life support, advanced cardiac life support, pediatric advanced life support, pediatric emergency recognition and stabilization, in addition of neonatal station program, and also triage courses. Also, it is these courses for physicians, nurses, midwives, paramedics, and also for non-healthcare providers. In 2013, our center accredited by American Cardiac of Surgery and we conduct advanced trauma life support for physicians, for doctors. In 2015 also, we were accredited by American Society of Trauma Nurses in cooperation with American College of Surgeons to conduct advanced trauma care for nurses also. In 2015 also, accredited by American National Association of Emergency Medical Technician, NAMIT, and we provide PHTLS, pre-hospital trauma life support for doctors, nurses, and paramedics. In 2019, we accredited by American Academy of Family Physicians, and we started to conduct basic life support in obstetric and advanced life support in obstetric. Our training center, at NIMSIC, has ability to conduct different type of courses to cover all target group in the community. It's not also for doctors, for nurses, for midwives, across designed also for non-healthcare providers. As the models of emergency medicine, we know there is two models of emergency medicines: stay and play philosophy or scoop and run. So that in our center, we started to have both of them, to have a courses pre-hospital and also in hospital. It is our accreditation from training center. This slide, it gives us information how many participants in our training center. It is not only for emergency physician, but also GPs. And what we are did that the all medical or Royal Medical Service doctors, they didn't have promotion from rank to rank, or from, for example, specialist to senior specialist or consultant, if he didn't pass some of these courses. As you see, basic life support around 150 per 1 year. We have advanced cardiac life support, pulse, peers for pediatrics, NRP also for program of neonatal, emergency triage, PALSO, and also basic life support, advanced life support for doctors. They are working in as pediatrician or gynecologist, advanced trauma life support for doctors. They are working with a trauma or surgeon, pre-hospital trauma life support also for all paramedics and doctors. They are working in the field. Also, we have TCCC, Tactical Compound Casualty Care, Tactical Emergency Casualty Care, and also Tactical Medic, Emergency Medical Technician Basic and Intermediate. To rising the paramedics, we have for newcomer and Emergency Medical Technician qualification. As I mentioned before, our American Heart Association courses, it's basic life support. I think you are familiar with these courses: advanced cardiac life support, pediatric, advanced life support, pediatric emergency assessment and recognition. Also trauma courses, advanced trauma life support, ATLS, and we, congratulations, Professor Bahjat, that you are an instructor of ATLS, I think, in Turkey. ATCN also for nurses, as I mentioned before, pre-hospital trauma life support, and all of these courses, it's very important to rising the efficiency for emergency physicians. They are working at emergency or at the field. The importance of courses that conducted at our training center, that they provide conscious of easy to remember framework for the medical personnel who involved in the courses. When they come across with any medical emergency, they will be able for optimal using of available resources and teamwork dynamics. Others courses we have, like Diploma of Emergency, Neonatal Triage also, and tactical courses for non-medical health provider. This is the average of our courses during the year. We cover around 90% from our military Royal Medical Service, and the statistics 10% from the civilian people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. The last speaker at this session, he will be Professor Dr. Rajadoura. He is Senior Consultant and Head Department of Emergency Medicine and Critical Care at Apollo KH Hospitals in Milfishar from India. And he will talk about evolution of pre-hospital care in India and the way forward.
Thank you for that nice little introduction. Thank you for the opportunity. So I'm going to talk about the journey of pre-hospital care in India since a decade. And the good news is I'm going to talk within 10 minutes. And I'm going to keep my lecture short as possible. Well, not this short. So who said the thank you slide has to be only in the end? So I take this time to thank the organizers for giving us the kind of opportunity. Professor the President, EPAT, and all his team, our SEMI team, and all the organizers for giving us this wonderful opportunity to speak on the platform, which deserves this kind of topic. Is this topic important? So most of my presentation will have this slide as a mandate, where I'll usually engage the participants about whether the pre-hospital or the topic what I'm going to talk is important. So here, the pre-hospital care, probably after some slides you'll understand whether the pre-hospital care is important or not. So these are all some of the statistics across the world, where we see 80% of the deaths occur outside the hospital. So please note that it is not the deaths which is happening only inside the hospital. In a developed nation or a developing nation or in the Western countries, we come across more deaths outside the hospital. And this is a statistics which was taken 5 years before the COVID. So it is still rising. Over 2 lakh people die of sudden cardiac arrest every year. And the single most strategy to improve the victim's chance of survival is always bystander CPR, and the single most effective intervention that has saved maximum lives in the history is CPR, which is bystander CPR. So let's talk why we need early CPR. I am sure this is a crowd where people, you all know aware of about the platinum 10 minutes and the golden 1 hour concepts, so I'm not going to talk much on this. To be more precise, CPR increases the sustainability of rhythm and the chance of survival, which is the platinum 10 minutes. So this is a familiar slide to all the emergency physicians across who are sitting here, the trimodal death distribution. So do not take only, this pattern is only for trauma. This is for all medical as well as surgical emergencies, including trauma patient who comes to our emergency department. The first, you can see the 3 peaks here. The first phase within minutes, second phase within hours, and the third peak within the days or months. So the first peak usually, they say it is not unable to prevent. So when we have a good pre-hospital care, the chances of the peak is coming down is very highly. That is what we have demonstrated in our country. And the second phase, when we have a good ER, good functioning ER with all good emergency physicians, trained emergency physicians to take care of ACLS, the cardiac life support and trauma life support and all emergencies, this peak also can come down. When the accessibility and the emergency physicians, the ambulance services, which all I'm going to talk in the next coming slides, we can bring down these peaks also. And the third peak, which happens mostly inside the hospital, either in the ICU or in the wards. So death due to infection or multi-organ failure, when you have a good team of doctors working along with you, and when you have good pre-hospital care and the emergency care, the chance of you reducing the third peak of death is also inevitable. Right, so this is a trauma statistics. This is our country, India. Most of you all know. So by the time I was talking, I was talking for the past 2 minutes, a death would have happened by now. death related to trauma and other medical emergencies would have happened. So every 2 minutes a death is happening because of trauma or related to it. And these are the various state-wise representation of deaths which is happening inside our country. So how do we prevent or how do we reduce the chances? So we need to improve the pre-hospital care. As I said, the first peak have to come down because of the good pre-hospital care. The second peak, we need to improve the knowledge of our emergency physician, improve the basic structure, and improve their skills with regards to treating those critically ill patients, and you need to form a good team in our critical care units and the wards to develop, to reduce the third peak. Whether we have done it is not a one-day process, it is a gradual process. And so as it has been mentioned in AHA's chain of survival, you need to follow this interlinked chain of survival without any break. Any break in this interlinked chains reduces the chance of survival for patients. So now you guys tell me, based on the statistics, is this topic important? The pre-hospital care, what we are doing for the past 10 years? Definitely yes. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the journey of our pre-hospital care for the past 10 years in our country. And I'm not going to include, I'm unable to include all the people's work here. So we have included maximum what we could do for this objective. In short, the short objective would be to save lives. So a typical scenario on Indian roads, a road traffic accident. So what do you think people would be doing there? Or what do you think a healthcare professional would be doing there? A good summation, ADMAX even now would try to ask for an ambulance, to try to call for an ambulance. Why they are not coming forward to help these victims? Of course, there are places where people are helping and people are doing resuscitation. People are trying to help each other, but not everywhere it is happening, particularly not only in our country, almost all the countries. Why? When we assess the reasons, we found that it is lack of awareness, because people are scared when somebody is fallen, collapsed, and with a lot of blood, and somebody screaming or screaming next to the patient. Somebody has fallen unconscious because of various reasons. They do not know what they exactly need to do. So it is lack of awareness, fear about the loss. People think that most of the time the bystanders are also harassed after the incident, and they fear about the loss. We don't have a good communication system. The transport ambulances are all short, because I'm from a country where about 1.4 billion people are there in that single country, as Dr. Srinath was telling. So we and China together can match the rest of the population throughout the world. So accessing to the ambulances, communication system, access to the healthcare, and a trained emergency physician are all pitfalls. So what, as a group, as Society for Emergency Medicine, as each and every emergency physician in India have done so far. So what we thought is we have to give widespread CPR training, develop rapid responses, establish high-quality CPR and training to them. Where, like fire extinguishers in Western countries, we also need AEDs throughout our country, and we need to have a good definitive care. So this is a huge task, and as I told you, we didn't establish this in an overnight, and this is a decade of efforts which I'm going to show you all. Of course, nothing happens unless we dream. We dreamt of the same, and to some extent we have, arrived to this. A dream of every emergency physician, at least one BLS provider in each and every home. This was a dream since a long time, and we need to create mass awareness, that is large volume, high frequency, large volume, low frequency, and as well as low volume, high frequency training is what we aimed at, to create awareness to the general public as well as to the other people. So this is, ladies and gentlemen, this is a red letter day for throughout all the emergency physicians in India. On April 7, 2016, we trained about 50,000 people. Can you all imagine? We trained about 50,000 people in CPR, and it has been in the Guinness World Book of Records. We as a society have participated, and we have done it in the institution where I was working. So by this, we created a mass awareness. Each and every emergency physician society, after this, we thought, when I was having a meeting with the media, one of the media person asked me, when do you think this record will be broken? I told to them, I wanted this record to be broken the next day. even the organizers was slightly not happy with me having spent crores when I was telling that I want this record to be broken, because we didn't do record for records, we do this record for awareness. So more and more such records where it comes, more and more people will be aware, and as expected, like a chain reaction, a lot of people attempted. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, this record is still remains unbeaten, and many of the people have done subsequent records in CPR in different categories. So this is one such scene from that. This is me. I think we need to, Dr. Srinath will agree, we need to perform Guinness World Record to keep ourselves slim, isn't it? So this was me training about 5,000 people at one go. So we had about 8 sessions where we trained about 40,000 people, and subsequently there was a relay about 10,000 people. So on that particular day, that is on 2016 April 7th, we trained about 50,000 people, and this was marked in the Guinness World Book of Records. But creating a record, as I told, it is not good. It is a one-time event. It is not going to help much. We need to focus on the low volume, high frequency training, which we are aware, and we identified the end users, the school, college students, police, fire, and district officials, and we started training for them too, which has been happening for the past, from the time we established as a society in emergency medicine. Each and every physician is doing their part to do the same, and we are also doing the same. So this is the present hospital where I was working. Of course, every hospital, every emergency physician are donating AEDs to make AEDs available in different parts of India, and we are training people to the first aid thing. And this is the integration of first aid and school curriculum. Most of the emergency physicians across the world go to the school, train them in CPR, and then come back. Instead, what we have made in our group is, what we have made in our places, we have integrated first aid in the school curriculum, like how the kids will learn maths or physics, they will learn CPR. CPR is a non-exam subject. So it is a compulsorily, it has been taught in each and every, the school student of that particular school, and he will be trained in CPR. That is our goal. So once he's trained, he's been certified, we have a process, and he's been certified, he's been retrained. So we see to that the integration of first aid in school curriculum happens even now in the right way. Of course, as I was telling you, the small volume, concentrating on the small volume, we as a SEMI was doing this national level basic life support and cardiac life support. It is a replica of AHA's, American Heart Association's basic life support. For the people who are unable to participate there, we have formed this. It is an interactive session where we train a lot of people on every day in different cities. So this is the National Trauma Life Support. So this platform is a peculiar or an interesting opportunity, I would call, because I'm sharing all these things in front of our academic chair, Dr. Srinath. So this is the training report, what we have from the last year. This training is provided to all the government doctors, and this is done as a pilot course in Tamil Nadu, a state in India, which has pioneered this aspect of spreading training to the doctors, combining with the government. This shortly will be adapted to all the states. We are spearheading for the same, and more people will be trained for the same. So these two, Dr. Srinath and Dr. Sarana Kumar, are the program directors who developed the group of people and organized the team to teach each and every medical colleges. So we are doing this for the past 2 years. We have trained about 15 medical colleges in across Tamil Nadu. As it is again like an advanced trauma life support 3-day course with interactive lectures, hands-on training, Kahoot online quizzes, and pre-test and post-test. On the completion, they will be given a certificate. So we didn't do just the course, we assessed the outcomes also. As the graphs clearly mention, the knowledge post this NTLS course was very high to the participants, and this is what exactly we wanted at the end. So when it comes to the ambulances, of course, the drone ambulance is coming into the picture, which I'll be talking in the newer advances. We have road ambulances. Of course, we have pioneered the air ambulances across India, and we have separate teams to take care of air services as on date, and we have what is called as bike ambulances, which we introduced a decade before in our country, to assess the narrow roads to help the victim as soon as possible. So of course, we cannot be expecting everyone to be a good Samaritan. So we have, approached the government to look after few guidelines to help the victims. So in that way, we have suggested that, the bystander have to help if there is a patient suffering from the unconsciousness or after a polytrauma. So he has to be trained, and the legal system should not harm the Good Samaritan in any way, is what we have suggested to the legal system, and it has been carried out in the right way. Hopefully we have a system where people will be helping out and will be scared if they don't help out. Of course, I was talking about the innovations. We have drones. We have developed drones to help people. This is in the pilot project, and hopefully we'll have drones all across in the country in a short while. Of course, the telemedicine, Dr. Srinath was mentioning about the telemedicine, which has played a vital role during our COVID scenarios. And we have developed several applications for the patients to approach the hospital, the ambulances, in a way it is very effective. Right. So this is the slide which I am projecting again. So for your country to develop the pre-hospital care, you cannot do that on day one or within a short span of time. You need to have a specific period of time for which, and of course it is an ongoing, so you need to have widespread CPR training, both large volumes as well as small volumes. We need to develop rapid response and AEDs and definitive care. So there is no I in teamwork, right? Everyone can be a superhero if they combine together when it comes to emergency medicine. Once again, thank you for the opportunity given to me.
Thanks for all speakers at this session, and it was interesting lectures, and they have enough time to listen to your comments or if you have any questions to them.
Thank you very much. This is Dr. Behçet from Istanbul. Each speech was really very nice. Great. Thank you to everybody, to all speakers. Just my first question to Dr. Srinath. Can we hope for new antidotes in toxicology? This is for you, infection especially. And for the Dr. Ahmed, is it necessary to have all these trainings in Jordan? Is it must? I just want to learn it. Then for the last one for Raja, thank you very much for your sharings. Just firstly, I want to appreciate and say congratulations to the Savitri University in India for their basic life support and first care that they teach to the community. But the photo should be specific to India. It must be really very difficult to teach basic life support or first care to 1,000 people in stadiums. But it is specific to India. As you said, as you mentioned, over 18% of the deaths happen in also hospitals. So I'm really agreeing with you. Your question is really very important, definitely, very important. As you mentioned about the dreams, I think all the reality should be given from the dreams. You know, there is a philosopher in your country, one of your previous presidents, he says, the dream is not the thing that you saw while in your sleep. The dream is thing that doesn't make you to sleep. So that's why I want to appreciate you. You are teaching the community about the first care, first aid in India. This is one of my dreams. I just have a suggestion. Can we achieve it? To teach all the students graduate from the university, and it could be must to teach the basic life support or first care to all the couple that are going to marriage. Thank you very much.
Yeah, second question.
Yeah. So the first question is towards the antidotes. Yes, there are a lot of things which is happening, and especially in, if you see, visit to many emergency departments now, they have created the disease-specific antidotes in those emergency departments where they see commonly. If you take me, I have created a full box of antidotes which comes commonly. I have taken an epidemiology of my system where last 2 to 3 years which have come to my emergency department, I have seen that this is what is required. Now the next question is about the newer antidotes, like lots and lots of patients are coming with the chemical poisoning, especially those requiring the methylene blue. So methylene blue is not available readily in every emergency department. So nitrates have become a biggest poisoning in most of the countries today in Asia. So there we have started using the methylene blue, and it has shown much results, and the patient outcome is also good. And regarding the training, what Dr. Rajdari was mentioning, it was a mission which he took it for almost 6 to 7 years. And then he ensured that all the people come together and it was been done, so that it gave an impact of emergency medicine in the whole country. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Bahjat, for your nice question. Really, we are share a knowledge.
Incorporated into our residency, so we do not necessarily require each one of these badges, so to speak. So I hope that answered your question, but yes, it's important that we're all doing the same thing. You know, we incorporate ATLS into our training programs. We obviously do ACLS, we do periodic updates for all of our doctors, not just our doctors in training, but our doctors beyond training. And so once they get certified in emergency medicine, you know, every 7 to 10 years, they have to recertify. This used to be a big problem for us in the US, but now what we do is we do a little bit each year. And we find that to be a better situation than having to retake a test every 7 to 10 years.
Thank you for all. No any more question? Thank you for all. Our session is finished. 5 minutes later, we'll start the last session of today, okay? Thank you.
My name is Athar Ali Mohammed. I'm one of the ED physicians from Australia, and I have got Dr. Ahmed Al-Joom with me. So there's a slight change in the program. I think the first session we will be kind of starting with the pediatric ocular trauma by Dr. Hesham Kaftan. Thank you, Dr. Kaftan. So Dr. Kaftan works in the emergency trauma team at the King Hussein Medical Services in Jordan, and he works in the head and neck emergency trauma division.
And after next page, next previous page, laser. Okay.
Good evening. I'm glad I'm here with you. Our lecture is about the pediatric ocular trauma and emergency. Pediatric ocular trauma is the preventable causes of the visual impairment in the world. Up to 40% of the all injury occur in the person less than 17, especially in the small age. Why it is important? Because as we know, trauma to the eye in the first 6 years is critical because it leads to lazy eye, amblyopia, as we know. So eye injury are leading causes to the visual disability and non-congenital unilateral blindness in children. Very commonly, eye injury occurring during the sport and even when at the home or school, anywhere. Speak fast about the anatomy of the eye. You know, our eyelid, lower eyelid, cornea, sclera, and the retina and cornea and iris, everything. The most important thing we know about the orbital wall is the lamina papyracea. Lamina papyracea, which is the thinnest bone in the orbital wall. Approach to the eye examination. The history, the details of the mechanism and time of the injury, where, when, how, and with what, chemical or alkaline. Change. First, we ask about the change in the vision, flashes, floaters, or any shadow. Symptom: pain, visual loss, double vision, photophobia, or any other symptom. The eye examination. The vital sign, as we know, is the visual acuity, external eye anatomy. Look for trauma, foreign body, or any other. Pupillary response, equal rounded, reactive, full, visual field, extraocular movement. If there's any limitation, we must keep in mind, because there is trauma make the fracture to the orbital wall, so the entrapment for the muscle. Fundoscopic examination is the last and the important thing. If there is chemical bone, proceed for provide copious irrigation before history and before examination, before anything. Imaging study, plain X-ray to look for orbital wall fracture, CT scan to look intraocular foreign body, MRI. If there is metallic foreign body, MRI is contraindicated. Keep in mind. Emergent eye situation, eye trauma, blunt versus sharp, chemical, infectious. First, eye trauma, eye laceration, maybe superficial or deep, special care to the involving the lid margin and the tarsal plate and levator muscle, and the lead maybe lead to the ptosis and that canaliculum, the medial canthus. The latter need tubing technique to prevent it before after healing. Check for associated foreign body or globe injury. Treatment: primary closure or delay closure after 12 to 24 hours if a human bite or contaminated wound. Tetanus prophylaxis for all any skin injury. Full thickness, this is picture like this presented to our emergency. Okay, maybe trauma lead to the subconjunctival hemorrhage, as we know. This is treated with a cold compressor and artificial tears of the symptomatic, and avoid aspirin or NSAIDs and heavy lifting. And this take to 1 or 2 weeks or maybe more to resolve. And maybe trauma lead to corneal or conjunctival foreign body, which is the patients complain of the pain, tearing, photophobia, blepharospasm, and foreign body sensation. We must avert the upper eyelid to look for any hidden foreign body or any entrapment. Treatment: topical anesthesia and remove with the foreign body by the needle or cotton, triangular swab, or topical antibiotic drop or ointment. We must avoid patching in children because it leads to the lazy eye. Like this foreign body, maybe in the upper eyelid, on the inner surface of the upper eyelid, or in the cornea directly. Corneal abrasion ulcer. It's an epithelial defect due to the trauma occurring by the pain. Foreign body sensation, tearing, blepharospasm, and decreased vision. Dramatic response with installation topical anesthesia because it's pain relief. The ulcer could be sterile or contaminated or infected. If you have the upper eyelid, always as foreign body maybe is the causes of the ulcer. Treatment: lubricant and topical antibiotic and cycloplegic to relieve the pain. Like this ulcer. Orbital anatomy, as we say previous, the most important is lamina papyracea, which is the thinnest point in the orbital bone. Orbital wall anatomy, orbital wall fracture. Orbital floor fracture, maybe blowout fracture. The most common, as the floor is the weakest part, the roof of the maxillary sinus, usually due to blunt trauma. Symptom and sign: eyelid swelling, diplopia, restricted eye movement, especially upward, due to entrapment of the muscle. Enophthalmos, hypoesthesia over the cheek. Imaging study: plain X-ray or CT, observation with the tetanus prophylaxis prophylactic antibiotic with a broad spectrum, and nasal decongestion by 2 for 2 weeks. No nose blowing, because this is increase the air under and delay the healing. Ice pack 1 to 2 days. Go for surgery if entrapment muscle, oculocardiac reflex, heart rate decrease with eye movement. Facial hypoesthesia, sympathetic diplopia with minimal improvement over the time or large floor fracture, leading to the enophthalmos. Surgery is the most commonly performed if indicated after 1 to 2 weeks if indicated. Like this, there is a restriction, as we see in the picture, because the entrapment of the muscle inferior rectus. Define hyphemia. Hyphemia is the blood in the AC. The anterior chamber usually results due to blunt trauma, projectile, or penetrating trauma, but can be spontaneously, as in juveniles and the granuloma. Commonly, in the pediatric population, sign, symptom, pain, decreased vision, and irregular pupil. Clinical grading from 1 to 4 according to the level of the blood in the AC. Complications: secondary hemorrhage, rebleeding, high risk in the first 5 days, and high rate in young children, and cerebrohypemia. Corneal blood vessel stain, anterior, posterior, synechial, optic atrophy. Prognosis: outcome: the lower the grade of the hyphemia, the better the prognosis. Management of the hyphemia: complete bed rest, risk of hospitalization or outpatient. Most important is bed rest. Risk of the bleeding, grading of the hyphemia, according to all this control, treat the patient as hospitalization or as outpatient. Elevate the head 30 to 45 degree, eye shield to prevent the rubbing of the eye, pain control, avoid antiplatelet effect, certain NSAIDs. Topical cycloplegic, atropine, atropamide to reduce the ciliary muscle spasm and dilate of the iris to decrease the rebleeding risk. Topical maybe need drugs to decrease IOP, and topical or systemic steroid to decrease associated iritis and development of the synechia. As this picture of the hyphemia, blood in the AC. Okay, retrobulbar hemorrhage. As we know, retrobulbar from the most important and cases presented to the emergency can result in the rapid elevation of the orbital pressure because of the orbit is a relatively closed compartment. Untreated orbital compartment syndrome may result in the optic nerve ischemia and irreversible vision loss and less than 90 minutes. This is maybe spontaneous or traumatic. Sign, symptom, pain, decreased vision, diplopia, globoptosis, and lidichemosis and tightness, and subconjunctival hemorrhage all over 36 degree, with chemosis and limited muscle motility and increased IOP. Decreased visual acuity and people response, positive rapid treatment, lateral cathetomy and catholysis, or maybe can you give hypertonic saline 20%, 20 milli slowly over 20 minutes. Like this, retrobulbar hemorrhage. Okay. Iridodialysis separation of the iris may be result from the trauma to the eye, blunt trauma. Separation of the iris from its root due to blunt trauma. Or maybe the result of the trauma is ectopia lentis, subluxated of the lens from its normal position, maybe downward or in the anterior chamber, according to the mechanism of trauma. Optic nerve avulsion, which is very rare to happen. Partial or complete avulsion of the optic nerve as a result of the trauma that lead to the sudden extreme rotation of the globe or sudden anterior displacement of the globe. Retinal detachment is immediately post-traumatic or maybe delay up to several months. Separation of the neurosensory retina from its base. Rupture of the globe may be a result from the trauma. Full thickness laceration of the globe as a result of the trauma that may be within blunt or penetrating or perforating object. Can be corneal scleral or combined corneal scleral. Symptom: pain, greatly decrease in the vision, diplopia. Sign: low IOP, teardrop pupil, prolapsed iris, hyphema, maybe with normal or high IOP, 360-degree subconjunctival hemorrhage all over. Management: if suspected rupture, minimize manipulation of the globe and apply the protective eye shield. CT orbital or brain axial coronal with thin cut, coronal thin cut to evaluate for the intraocular foreign body. And keep patient NPO in order to prepare for the surgery under GA. IV antibiotic to cover, especially in the children, and antiemetic pain medication, surgical repair is the definite treatment. This is rupture of the eye, like this picture presented to our hospital. Okay. The most important, again, ocular chemical burn. Being irrigation immediately before complete history and examination. We must directly start it by irrigation, especially if alkaline, because alkaline is more detergent than acidic. Alkaline burn are worse than acidic burn. Acidic burn lead to coagulative necrosis, denaturation of the tissue protein, act as a barrier to prevent further diffusion and further penetration for the acid, as battery fluid and chemistry lab solution. Alkaline liquefative necrosis don't denature tissue protein, tend to penetrate deep in the eye, like cement, cleaner, drain, cleaner, fertilize, any other alkaline burn, because they contain sodium hydroxide. Clinical finding: conjunctival hyperemia, blanching. The latter has bad prognosis and indicate severe ischemia, hemosis, corneal epithelial erosion, and corneal haziness and edema, and severe corneal opacification, limited ischemia all over. Complication: corneal melting, severe corneal and conjunctival scarring, uveitis, glaucoma, and maybe lead to the loss of the vision in this eye, like this chemical injury, which is very dangerous. Ocular chemical burn, continuity management: immediate irrigation with normal saline or lactic ringer or ringer lactate for at least 30 minutes until the pH is normalized, maybe require up to 8 liters. Do before checking VA or hospital or a history or an examination or fluorescein, and recheck pH 5 minutes later in order to be sure that his pH is normalized. After irrigation, check the visual acuity and complete the examination. Treatment: give any ointment like erythromycin 1 to 2 hours with cycloplegic atropine, and may need IOP lowering or steroid. Eye infection in ophthalmic uriculum is conjunctivitis within the first month of the life. Common causes is chlamydia, and this is from the cases presented to the emergency, because this small baby and her parent is very fair, like chlamydia, trachomatis, and staphylococcus, strep, Neisseria, gonorrhea, and herpes. Sign: purulent gonococcal and or mucopurulent discharge, conjunctival injected and eye edema chemosis. Management, conjunctival scrubbing for gram-positive and stain, chlamydia antibiotic test, culture, blood and chocolate agar, and viral culture for treatment with topical antibiotic, eye drop, and oral ointment, and guided by the result of the gram and negative. If chlamydia trachomatis, treat with the systemic erythromycin, and since pneumonitis and otitis media can coexist with the erythromycin ointment 4 times per day. Acute conjunctivitis, the last, maybe viral, chemical, bacterial, conjunctivitis, mucopurulent discharge, viral watery discharge, treat as bacterial topical antibiotic, and expectation is the gonococcal, which is the required systemic antibiotic and topical drop. Viral supportive treatment with cold compressor and artificial tears, which is highly contagious for 1 up to 10 days. So we must be careful with the deal with this patient with the virus because it's highly contagious. Cellulitis. Cellulitis may be preseptal or orbital cellulitis. Common organism, staph aureus, staph epidermidis, or strep pyogenes, and Haemophilus influenza. Preseptal cellulitis involve soft tissue of the eyelid and preorbital tissue anterior to the orbital septum. Patient presented with erythema, swelling, tenderness, eyelid, and surrounding preorbital area. Orbital cellulitis, more serious infection, involve extension of the infection posterior to the orbital septum, which is more danger than preseptal. And the risk, it's danger due to the risk of the cavernous sinus thrombosis, and meaning that's brain abscess. Proptosis and ophthalmoplegia decrease vision, significant pain on the eye movement and abnormal pupil, and decrease in the vision and the color vision defect. Like this, orbital cellulitis picture. Treatment of the cellulitis, mild preseptal cellulitis, oral antibiotic may be enough. Severe preseptal or orbital cellulitis, you must admit the patient and start on the IV antibiotic with a broad spectrum until the infectious agent is identified. Can add topical antibiotic ointment. So we must ENT consultate if the sinusitis or mucopurulent, and if the patient is immunocompromised, consider mucormycosis and severe fungal infection with a black jar sign in the nose or roof of the mouth. Immediate surgical debridement and antifungal treatment. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hisham, for your presentation. All the questions, it will be after the finishing of the session. We are, as emergency physician, really we are looking to deal with these cases in ophthalmology. With the pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Major Dr. Arij. She is family medicine specialist, training fellowship in community medicine, master degree, working as representative of infectious disease at the Royal Medical Services. She will talk about public health emergencies in our Royal Medical Services. Please, Dr. Arij.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for introducing me at this sweetie way. And also thanks for organizing committee for kindly invitation to me. And I'm really so happy and proud to be here with you today as a guest speaker. Today I'm going to talk about public health emerging disease, and I will give more details of focus on one disease of it, which is seasonal flu. And really I have chosen really flu, this topic, because you know influenza familial, okay. I have chosen this topic because You know, influenza familial for all of us, and is constantly re-emerging disease because it's, as we know, it has genetic variation and rapid adaptation, which allow virus to serve up new strains each cold and flu season. And that occurs because immune system or our body is not primed to fight. Let's start. First, we must differentiate it between, both of it are epidemiological terms, which is emerging and re-emerging disease. Emerging disease defines as disease that haven't really appeared in a population or have existed, but are rapidly increased in incidence or geographic range. And the most important example, it's a COVID-19 of emerging disease. About re-emerging disease, we can define it as diseases that reappear after they have been on a significant decline, or re-emergence may happen because of breakdown in the public health measures for disease that were once under control. And the most important example for it nowadays, which is cholera. Cholera in most Middle East countries and all over the world, we can see more cases of cholera, but now in Syria we have epidemics of cholera. And what we mean by epidemics, it's also epidemiological terms, it's occurrence of disease in normal of expectancy. And all the countries around Syria or had refugees from Syria now prepare new guidelines to control these cases if we have more cases in our country. They can also happen when new strains of unknown disease-causing organisms appear. I will give more details about influenza, seasonal flu. It's RNA enveloped virus. It's related to family called Orthomyxoviridie. It's very, very, very small. This picture, it's under microscope. It's about 80 to 200 nanometers. We have more than 400 types of viruses, but we will focus mainly on the 3 types, A, B, and C. And about the B and C, we have not genetic mutation over it, more the mutation we can see with the strain A, so also we will focus on the serotype A. About the A, it have something which is called glycoproteins over the surface of the virus, glycoprotein antigens, which is called H and N. H refer to hemagglutinin and N refer to the neuroaminidase. These pictures give us more details about how these glycoproteins present on the outer surface of the virus, and if we have any genetic mutations, it will be happen at these glycoproteins. In the influenza, how its mutation or that mutation happen? It through something which is called antigenic shift and drift. What we mean by antigenic drift and shift, at what's the main differences between it? About the antigenic drift, it's show change. It's a slow change, and the main difference between the antigenic shift and drift, it's a slow change in the viral genes due to replicating error or random mutations result in the new virus strain, and that's what happened with seasonal flu every year. But about shift, it's rapid and large antigenic change in a virus and requires at least we need 2 different types or serotypes or strains to combine to form a new viral serotypes. Also, we have another name for it, which is called phenotyping change. And the most familiar example of us, what happened in the swine flu, H1N1 and H5N1. Let's give more details about influenza flu. Why it's important? Because we have every year about 9 to 41 million cases. And despite how common is it, it's a serious disease. And every year we have 450,000 deaths and about 650,000 hospitalization occur in all age groups because of it. We have high risk group we can see the more number of deaths in this high-risk group. Healthy children can die from the flu. The younger the child is the higher risk for serious flu complication. And this complication we can see in this high-risk group, which is older age than 60, younger age than 2 years, and if it's neonates, also we can see more complication with it. Also, any immunocompromised patient due any cause, they are on the chemo. On the chemoprophylaxis drugs. Also patients with a chronic disease such as hypertension and DM for long period. They will suffer more if we have influenza flu, seasonal flu. So when we give vaccine and talk about the flu vaccine, we will focus on this high-risk group. Young children are at high risk for serious flu complications such as secondary bacteria pneumonia, ear and sinus infections, and also dehydration. Now let's give you some information about seasonal flu. As we know, seasonal flu incubation period about an average from 5 to 7 days and average about 4 days. We have symptoms appear about 2 days before the patient will be infectious to others about 2 days before appearance of signs and symptoms. And about signs and symptoms, all of us are familiar with it, which is general weakness, headache, low back pain, also low-grade fevers, and بالإضافة اللي هي عندنا اللي هي respiratory symptoms such as productive cough. About the treatment of it, as we know, antibiotic is not effective for treat because it's viral, so we use antiviral. And the most important prophylaxis measures, which is اللي راح talk about اللي هو الvaccine, الفلو seasonal flu vaccine. Mainly we have 3 types of the vaccine. Contains اللي هي عندنا أول شيء the first weakened pathogens اللي هي life attenuated, which we called life attenuated vaccine, and inactivated, or which we called inactivated vaccine or killed vaccine. It's the same pathogen. It can't make us sick. And also we have, if we have made the vaccine from subunits of the virus, which is a smaller part of pathogen like an antigens. What's the main differences between 3 types? A life attenuated vaccine, it give us something which is called lifelong immunity. So in the future we don't need extra or booster doses of the vaccine. But about inactivated, we still need more doses and booster doses of the vaccine because it doesn't give us lifelong immunity. And about اللي هي subunit like طبعا اللي هو الانجريكس or hepatitis B vaccine, the most example of it. Life attenuated, the most example of it, which is the mumps, measles, and rubella vaccine. And the inactivated اللي هو seasonal flu vaccine, example of it. All vaccine mechanism of actions contains antigens which trigger the immune system to create specific antibodies, which is we called memory antibodies, and it will give a signal for pathogen destruction in the future. What's the benefits of the vaccines? It provides us protection from pathogens which can kill or make you sick. Also, we use this to control and eradication of once common pathogens like polio, smallpox. Polio, it's one of the re-emerging disease. It stops outbreaks and global epidemics, and that's what will happen with the COVID-19. The COVID vaccine, it have a great role to stop outbreaks and the global epidemics. About the risks and challenges, we must know about the vaccine. We must know no medicine is 100% effective. So people can sometimes still catch the pathogen, but this is very, very, very rare. Side effects, maybe we have side effects, and we can classify it into local and systematic side effects. Local side effects such as swellings and fevers. And also we have the most dangerous side effects, but also it's very rare, which is anaphylactic shock, and it's need emergency. Not all pathogens have a vaccine. For example, still now malaria, it doesn't have specific vaccine for it. The benefits overweigh the risk, so vaccines are given to people. We must give it. And also scientists work to make and improve vaccines. We will give more details about the flu vaccine. Who should get vaccinated? As I said, mainly focus on the high-risk groups. Who are high-risk groups? Everyone, we can give it for everyone 6 months and old. We have mainly two types of the vaccines. We have injectable one and nasal spray one, and I will discuss, I will give more details about the main differences between them. About that اللي هو هون بحكي I'll talk about the shot flu vaccines. Who should get vaccinated? Everyone 6 months and older can receive it, especially individual at high risk of developing flu-related complications, and or if you live with or care for people with high risk for developing flu-related complication, or if you are medical staff, so especially in emergency rooms, so you are always in close contact or direct contact with patients, maybe they are flu patients. What's the absolute and relative contraindication for the vaccine who should not get vaccinated? People who have severe allergy to chicken eggs, and because the vaccine is prepared at chick embryo, anyone who had known allergy to chicken pox, it's absolute contraindicated, so we must take a good history from the patient before give him vaccine. People who had a severe reaction to the vaccine in the past, people who developed Guillain-Barré syndrome after prior dose of the flu vaccines, and people with moderate or severe illness. People with moderate or severe illness, it's not, it's relative contraindication. We will wait until the patient gets well, and after that, give him the vaccine. About the nasal spray, shots, injectable vaccine, it does about 0.5 ml. We can receive it IM, and as we said, it's given to the age from 6 months to the 65 years, and it's a type of it, it's inactivated or killed. But about nasal spray, we are in Jordan, we don't have just injectable type, we don't have nasal spray, nasal spray vaccine. Nasal spray vaccine, it's life attenuated vaccine, so any absolute contraindication to any life attenuated vaccine should not receive the vaccine. And about nasal spray vaccine, اللي هم بياخذوا healthy people aged from 2 years up to 49 are eligible for this type of the vaccine, and absolute contraindication for it, they should get the flu shot instead. Adults 50 years of age and older, or children from 6 through 23 months of the age, children younger than 5 years with any of this condition, asthma or one or more episodes of wheezing within past years, the pregnant lady, because as I said, it's life attenuated. Injectable, it's safe for pregnant lady at any stage of the pregnancy. She can receive it from the first stage, from the first trimester of the pregnancy. People who have certain long-term health problems, muscle nerve disorders or weakened immune system. Also anyone in close contact with someone whose immune system is so weak, because it's, I said, life attenuated, and they require care in the protected environment. Also children or adolescents on long-term aspirin treatment. Does the shot cause the flu? It's the most common questions we received from the patient. The answer, no, the flu vaccine doesn't cause the flu. Maybe it causes flu-like symptoms, but it's not a flu. The viruses in the vaccine are weakened, as we said, it's attenuated or killed, inactivated, so the shot and the nasal spray won't cause you to get the flu. The vaccine will prompt your body to develop the antibodies necessary to fight, and it's the mechanism of action, as we said, of the influenza viruses, and a slight reaction to the shot, such as soreness, redness, hotness at the site of the injection, and maybe we have mild muscle or fever may occur. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Arich, for your nice lecture. All the questions, as I said before, at the end of the session. With the pleasure to introduce our last speaker today, Dr. Attar Ali Mahmoud. He is consultant of emergency medicine, clinical lecturer, University Melbourne, Director Advanced Life Support in Australian Resuscitation Council, Emergency Medical Service Trauma, Advanced Trauma Life Support Instructor, Stream Lead Clinical Service of Clinical Governments, and also Australian of Emergency Medicine. He will talk about transformative scenario planning in healthcare.
Previous page, it's laser, but old push.
Okay, good evening, everyone, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here today, and thank you very much. Merhaba, that's the only word I learned from the taxi driver, so apologies and forgive me for that. I'm not learning more of Turkish. Transformative scenario planning. Transformative scenario planning, so what exactly is this? It's actually a very complex social technology that kind of uses all the existing social models which actually kind of use for change management in our healthcare system, but using various combinations of it. It's about a transformative leadership. It's about transformative facilitation, where we actually bring people together to bring this change. It's a diagnostication tool. When we are actually stuck in a situation, it's actually kind of, it works. We'll go through that later. So, unfortunately, with the kind of growing demands for the healthcare systems and our kind of limited resources, we are faced with the change management all the time. So when we actually have this systems change, processes change, or whatever that's happening, we either actually faced with this choice. Either we actually accept it, adapt to the situation, or we challenge the situation to change it. Unfortunately, there's not much room to say, I don't want to change, because then perhaps we may not be part of the system anymore. I found this maxim very helpful at times to me. Niebuhr was an American theologist of the 19th century. And he said, Lord, grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. The last line, I always look back to it. I want to know which I cannot change and which I can change. So in today's talk, what we're going to talk about is, we're just going to talk about a bit of historical perspective about where this transformative scenario planning process actually has come in. We'll give a bit of introduction about how change management happened that you must all have faced in your institution, in your hospital, in your health service, in your country. We'll talk about my theory that the grandparents' health, we kind of took a major endeavor there, and how we use this technology, these systems in our health service. And we do a bit of more delve into the principles of transformative scenario planning. Thanks to Adam Kahan. Adam Kahan done a lot of work, and he's one of the pioneers actually establishing transformative scenario planning. Adam Kahan, he used to kind of work first in the scenario planning division of Royal Dutch Shell Company. So Royal Dutch Shell Company was the 7th largest oil producing company at the time, and they had this division. This division of team would actually write different scenarios. So what would happen? What could happen? What may happen? And they would write these scenarios across globally across regions, governments, political, geopolitical, wars. But their interest was, if something happens, what do we need to do? Their interest was money. And they also say that their interest had environmental impacts and all. Kahan worked in this division for about 2 decades. And he did not stumble across, he did stumble on the transformative process, it's purely by an accident. He was invited to Montfleur scenario planning meeting. This is the transitioning of South African post-apartheid government into the new government, into the newer systems. There was a lot of conflict, the conflict between the government, conflict between the rebels, the unionists, civil societies. Everybody had a different vision for how they want the change to happen, how they want the country to change. And there was a very famous joke at that time in South Africa. We are faced with only 2 options, a practical option and a miraculous option. A practical option is we all kneel down and pray to some angels come and take our problems away. And that was the practical option. Whereas the miraculous option was we all sit together and work and bring this change forward, and that was miraculous. So Kahan stumbled upon Montfleur. And then what he noticed, that has changed, that has actually developed into transformative scenario planning process. He kind of worked after that in the Colombian transition, Guatemalan transition. He worked in Ethiopian, the conflict management. So initially it went on to the high conflict zones, then it actually came to some civil society movements, health movements. There's a lot over the next 2 decades, he has worked a lot, and if any of you interested, these 2 books would be very, very useful. I refer still often to these books. And it gives me always kind of a bit more insight about certain things. When I'm stuck, I don't know how I'm actually bringing this change. So what the Australasian College of Emergency Medicine did is, they took Kahan's work, saying it's been applied in societies, it's applied in various big institutions, it's applied in the country transitioning. Why can't we use that in our healthcare? And they developed this changing module, leading change module. And I was fortunate enough to be the part of that module. That led to a second opportunity that we worked on that, to use those kind of principles into my next major project. So conventionally, whenever we are actually talking about change, we actually see these 2 models. Institutions, generally hospitals follow this longitudinal facilitation model. Once, because we don't have time, say, what happens? The bosses decide, said, we have the right answer. Then they say, we need to agree. We know the way forward, and we will decide, and we must fix this. With longitudinal facilitation, it's much coordinated. It could be cohesive because everybody in the organization knows that I have to follow. I don't have a choice. So this could be quite rigid, and it may not give you much opportunity to think laterally, saying, hey, we could do something else. Whereas most of the social change the conventional process uses is the horizontal facilitation. In horizontal facilitation, when the organization says, we have the right answer, the people say, we each have our own answer. We need to agree. And the people say, we each need to keep moving. They say, we'll each find our own way. We each decide for ourselves what we need. We must each put our houses together so that for change to happen. The problem with this is it could be too lateral. Sometimes containing could be quite difficult. In transformative facilitation, what happened is we're going to move the facilitator. That's a sign of leadership. They move forwards and backwards, stop, iterate, go backwards, go forwards. So they use various types, various decisions, and using this various combination, it's most like a spiral thing. The beauty of transformative scenario planning and the transformative facilitation is we don't push change. We bring people together. We kind of take the blocks away, remove the blocks, and the results from the change happens. It's like actually removing the boulders from the mountains so that the streams flow. It's done, but it's done, there's an art to it. So when does it work? Whenever we find our situation is unacceptable, unstable, and unsustainable. Pretty much that's the state of emergency medicine services or emergency department across the world. We are overwhelmed, and this is the situation we are facing. This also gives one more concept. When people realize that we cannot change by ourselves or my mates, I need to go across the aisle. And they also realize we cannot change our situation directly. That's when the transformative scenario planning works. So how we use these principles at my place. We are the tiniest state in Australia. For some reason, we have over 190 health services in this tiniest state. And you can imagine what happens. Each health service has to have its own compliance, its own governance structure, its own employment systems. That's a lot. There's a lot of duplication. And that kind of is giving a bit of big problem for us to kind of recruit people into smaller health services, because everybody wants to be in Melbourne. So this is kind of a detailed map, and I'd just kind of like to point out, so I work at this place called Ballarat, which is about an hour from northwest of Melbourne, and we are the second largest regional receiving unit. So we were faced the task that we take this region. That's a huge region. Okay, please do not compare Australian population to the size with any European nations, because our population size is a lot smaller than for our geographical areas. So the 4 health services, which is the Ballarat Health Services, was where I'm primarily based, and we were actually had to bring another 3 health services under a single entity of Grampians Health. Just a 2020 snapshot that actually when we looked into our service, that was the population in the first column, and then the second column actually talks about how much admission rates that we had. So what are the service challenges we were getting? The Wimmera Health Group, which is our second biggest hospital in there, we almost spend about 10 million for the year on locums. And there was issues with actually having these people consistency in providing the care. Whereas the smaller hospitals, which is the Eden Hope and the Stall, we actually seen there's a less public engagement there. The public did not have trust because of, again, the staffing issues and all other. As a result, we were kind of underutilizing those capacities there. Whereas at Balrat, our surgical wait list gone up by 12%. Our bed occupancy was almost kind of 90. We were running at 90 to 95% bed occupancy per day. And we all have noticed our population is getting older. So we had to do something about it. Okay, we realized if we bring all these health services together, there are few things we can achieve. There's a local community access, so the people actually don't have to travel for long distances. We want to kind of build some strength and some capacities. As a bigger organizations, perhaps we would be able to do that. We want to deliver a more effective healthcare system. And plus, we want to have that community engagement that they don't have to travel 100 k's down the line, right, to kind of just access the same cases. So whenever we actually face with change, this is the behavior change paradigm. What happens when there is a drive to change is very high, and also there is enough support for the change to happen, that change in behavior can happen. If there is any mismatch, unfortunately, this change doesn't happen. So we had to form kind of a massive project team. I don't want to dwell into much into that. And I was leading the clinical services and governance structure of this team. So we have to make one governance structure, we have to make one clinical services plan. And there are a lot of factors, a lot of players in this. And the biggest thing would happen, the smaller units felt threatened, saying, oh, we're going to be actually, the big guy is going to come and tell us what to do, because they are from a bigger unit. And the other hospital which was struggling, they were just taking anything we would say as threatened. And the people from the main hospital were saying, oh, it's some more additional work for us. So we approached them by making 10 clinical divisions initially. However, once we started kind of working them, we realized the pharmacy services did not want to be part of it because they did not identify themselves as the part of the diagnostic group, which is fair enough. So we had to actually create an 11th division, and then we worked with the scenario planning process with each of these services.
You have 5 minutes, Dr. Attar.
Thank you. So what happens in the transformative scenario planning process? It's a 5-stage process. You want to start with co-initiating, co-sensing, co-presencing, co-creating, and co-evolving. The first step as a co-initiating is quite important. You want to kind of recruit people. The system-wide representation, you want to have as much wider group that you want to recruit. But there's few things that you want these guys to be. Before you recruiting them, have a bit of exercise, whether it will be individual level, whether it will be systems level, that what barriers you would come across. And when you have barriers, you always find some enablers as well. That will give a good opportunity to see who do you want. You want a whole team, whole system people. They have to be a bit insightful, influential, interested people. And more importantly, you may notice that when you actually form this team, some people just don't want to be there. Some people come there just because they've been told to come. Some people have lost faith in the systems, that the systems will ever improve. Some people are burned out, they just don't have time to bring these people, you need to actually kind of build a very strong container, not a physical container, but it's a form that they feel safe. They can come and tell anything they want. And you have to have some processes developed, how you want to kind of manage these people. You start with having a few people to start a convening team. Don't give more than 10. Probably 10 is a bit useful. And then you want to construct from that 10 members, you want to discuss with them, and you want to have a large team. So what we're going to do, we're actually kind of bringing people together who are influential, insightful, and interested for this change to happen, for the drive to happen. We want to give them the safety container that they can express anything they want. Let's learn together. The role of facilitation here, the transformative leadership here is, it's quite important. You need to have this very fine balance. You want to be part of the group, because if you're not part of the group, the people don't get engaged with you. But equally, you have to be outside as well. So you want to draw a circle. You want to be inside the circle, and you want to be outside the circle. So outside the circle, so that they see you as a third party who's there to kind of brokerage a deal here. But they shouldn't actually see you as a threat either, because if you kind of give a lot of your expert knowledge, then people actually perceive as a threat. It's a bit of delicate balance. But the other thing about this facilitator plays is he or she plays a game, an inner game and an outer game. Outer game is, we want this change to happen. Whatever the change may be, I don't know, because I haven't actually unraveled the mystery. But I want to be. So the inner game is, that's when we call it a reflective inaction, that I do not have to do anything, but what I need to do so that I do not have to do anything. It's a very interesting concept of the reflective inaction. I would encourage you to read if this actually kind of philosophical concepts interest you. Once you bring these people, you listen to them. Let them tell their stories.
Try, Dr. Attar, to finish in 1 minute, please.
Okay, so sorry guys, I have to just kind of, so towards the end, once we actually kind of have listened to their stories, once we have actually found out what's happening, you start building some relations. Unfortunately, I had some couple of good examples, but I have to kind of let it go. So what we do is, once people have felt comfortable, they share their stories, there is a bit of relationship building up happening. That's when you actually get the strength. And the strength, actually, people open up more. There's trust building happening. At that time, you just ask people, okay, so tell what can happen, what should happen, or what might happen. The last stage, the fourth stage, is very important as a kind of facilitator. You module how this would do. So this is a likely scenario when the systems is moving slow to fast. So from the left side is the systems. And on the vertical axis, if you use people, moving slow to fast. The scenario one, what happens is when people and systems move, so one is moving very fast, the people are moving very fast, or the process is moving very fast. But so like an organization saying, we need to do this very fast, but the people are not ready. That's a disastrous situation. That actually results in capsize. The second is a situation that where both the systems and people both move forward to bring this change. This is good. You want to capture this. But this cannot last long. People get tired, exhausted. The resources, resources we don't have. A scenario 3 can happen, which is portage. In portage, what's happening is everything is moving at a pace and adapting. And again, a scenario 4 is, they're both very slow. The people in the and the systems, they're both very slow. So really change doesn't happen. You look at these likely scenarios and use 2 different analogies here. So you want to kind of start kind of a adaptive process. So if this happens, what I need to do? Whereas you look at a transformative process, in transformative process you say, hey, this is the possibility, which one I want. Which one is in my best interest? But once I know which one is my best interest, I want to write that scenario. So it's like, what are my threats if I want to achieve this? What are my weaknesses if I want to achieve this? How can I achieve this? You get your answers about the situation that you're stuck in. You remove the roadblocks. It gives you a very clear picture that lets you to act on it. So you transform your understandings, you transform the relationships, you transform your intentions. With all those transformations, you transform your actions and change your systems, change your situation. And you fly together. The flight of flamingos was actually the theme of Montfleur, going back to the same situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Attar, for your amazing lectures. Now we are open the session for the questions. Any question, please? As usual, Professor Bahjat, please. Please give microphone to Professor.
Thank you very much to all 3 speakers for their nice speech. I have a question for Dr. Hisham and one for Arish, and a comment for you, Dr. Akhtar Ali Mohammed. To me, in emergency department, the most difficult physical examination of the patient is ocular emergencies. For example, I am working in emergency department since 23 years. 2 years as GP, 4 as residents, and the remaining as physicians. But I'm still afraid to examine a patient with ocular emergency, because it involves a very small area, and there are so many different disease. So really, as I said, I'm working in EDs since 23 years, but it is a scare for me. Do you have any suggestion for me to be much more better to examine the patient and care and do their management? And please let me finish my question. And one question for Dr. Arish. In your third slide, you mentioned we have 450,000 deaths, annual deaths, and 650 hospitalization. According to this knowledge, the average of the mortality is over 70 for the hospitalized patients. Is it right? I might got wrong. Is it right? The average of the mortality in the hospitalization patients is about 76.
This percentage, it's...
Dr. Arish, Dr. Hisham, please be in the front of listening.
Okay.
You can come here, please.
And for Dr. Ali, Akhtar Ali Mohammed, thank you very much. It is really very impressive, very interesting for me to listening to such a lecture. and it is about transformative scenario planning. You mentioned about many things that are really, really very important for a success. I mean, you talk about the coordination. Okay, I think it would be better to have additions such as communication, a well communication, how communication, when to communicate, to whom to communicate. And also we may mention about the responsibility, sharing the responsibility. And also to accept the mistake. If anybody accepts the mistake, they can find a solution. Otherwise, never. They can, if I do not accept my mistakes, I cannot find any solutions. Then, and to, always we mentioned about the self-protection. I think it is wrong. It should be a group or whole protection. We may mention about it, and changeable. Everybody should be prepared as changeable, change their mind, their skills, their, practice, and like this. And we may know about our limitation, knowing or aware about the limitation. Nobody is a hero alone. Nobody is here alone. So you shared and philosophy centers. I want to share one of my. There is a problem. You have a problem, and it needs a solution. If you have a solution, do not wait. Do it immediately. This is the first step. The second, you have problem, but there is no any solutions. There is no any solution. Please and please, do not hurt anybody and neither yourself. Thank you very much.
No any question. Okay. First, thank you, Dr. Bahjat. The cases I speak in my lecture, we must manage by any doctor in the emergency, even by the GB doctor, because if there's cases presented to you to the emergency with chemical injury, acidic or alkaline, we must keep in mind first step irrigation before sent or before even sent to the ophthalmologist, or even before the ophthalmologist come to the emergency in order to examine the patient. This first message. Second message, we must keep in mind, maybe the patient is presented to the emergency after midnight. You must keep in mind everything, every step first. You must examine the eye. You must know this case is orbital cellulitis or retrobulbar cellulitis, retrobulbar hemorrhage. We must deal, because the time is very important. We don't delay up to the ophthalmologist come, because maybe this is affect the patient and maybe lost. If you try to examine the eye, maybe you manage the patient in proper way. But maybe you fair because it's a small area. No, this is wrong. You can deal even before the ophthalmologist come. According to from the history, take the history of the patient and try to examine the eye. If there's foreign body, we can remove by triangular swab or by anything. If there's trauma or rupture, we can, under the good light, we can manage the patient and solve the problem before the ophthalmologist come, because the time is very important in these cases. Thank you.
That's number are estimated from CDC, and the total number of deaths, it's among complicating cases. From complicating cases, not from all the number of of total cases over the world. So it will be less than the world. You have any? That else?
No, I think, do we have time for Dr. Akhtar to share his story? Dr. Ahmed, do we have time for Akhtar to share his story?
Yes.
He has a story.
Thank you. I think one of the things that is, as you said, mistake.
Except mistake.
As an organization, as people, we need to learn to forgive people. We can't be holding people for mistakes. Mistakes happen. We all can make mistakes. So in a conducive environment and a good organization, you want to achieve this balance of power, balance of love with sense of justice. When this balance prevails in any organization, you have a much healthier staff, you have a much healthier organization. So forgiveness, we need to have incorporated into our systems. The second aspect is, as you said, that if you see that you have seen, if you know how to fix the problem, perhaps it could be the right approach in that situation, but not necessarily always. Because we again, going back to the longitudinal model of command, we're saying, I know this, I have seen this, this will be done. But if you ask a story from a different person, that could be quite different. So yes, there's no right or wrong answer. There's no hard and fast rule. We just kind of adapt. But again, how we are adapting, how we're getting that balance. And sorry, just remind me the last part of the question was.
No, you had a story. You want to share a story, one of your story.
Oh, the story. Okay. So apologies if I'm taking a bit longer time. So when Kahan was actually working with the Colombians in the 2017, so when the Colombians were actually brought in, so they had the guerrillas, they had the military, they had the government, they had the academics, business people. And one of the priests got up and said, so how the relations got built up. The priest got up and said, I happened to go to this mass grave, and I found bones mixed with adults and very young children. And I asked the forensic pathologist there, how did this happen? So this is a mass grave of pregnant women. The moment he said that, there was an absolute silence in that group. And that is your aha moment to bring these people together. And the same guerrilla said, we are here for this meeting because we don't have to do this again. So this is the art of transformative scenario planning, how you bring people together. Thank you.
Any questions, please? Any more questions? Okay, thank you very much. At the end of the second day of our sessions, we wish you good luck and success. And tomorrow we will meet with another speakers. Professor Bashar, please.
Okay, no. Thank you very much. Okay, time is very, very hot, and we have only lotto. Bir çekilişimiz var. They wait for the lotto. Okay. Çekiliş yapıp öyle göndereceğiz.
We have a sweep scare. Sweep scare. There are so many names written in the piece of the paper, and one person, I think Dr. Akhte is going to get
Take one person, please.
What is the gift, Professor Bashar?
I will say later. Okay, after name.
So it's Apolizan Ozan Döndü.
Okay.
Ozan Döndü.
Ozan. Okay, I will extend the gift. Tiran sempozyumunu veya gelecek ilki kongre arasında seçim yap. Kayıt olarak.
Hiç sevinmedin bunlar.
Teşekkür ederim öncelikle. Gelecek kongreyi seçeyim ben.
Okay, adam bilimsel ya. Tiran gideceğine okay. Choose for the next kongre.
He's going to be full sponsor.
No.
Well done. Congratulations. Thank you.
Teşekkür ederim. Sağ olun.